And welcome back to the stream. This week we're going to go through all of the fractals and... what are they called again? The fractals and the strikes. And we are going to be making that little bit of weekly gold. Also, we're going to be thinking about what we could do if we wanted to actually do something a little bit more challenging on stream. Whether that would be to do a marathon stream of like, I stream until I make 300 gold. So we'd have to see, probably not the gold coins themselves go up, because a lot of the value you get is passive, that you have to either sell on the trading post, or that just ends up in your wallet because you get a lot of volatile magic or eternal ice shards or that kind of thing. And I think that if you wanted to actually do a real one, maybe you could like fix a gadget of some kind to Guild Wars 2 efficiency, because Guild Wars 2 efficiency is going to be checking your account value. So a marathon stream that says, I won't stop streaming until I've made 300 gold and my account value, would probably work better for this purpose. Of course, account value is then a little bit volatile, because if something goes down in price, your account value might go down. We'll see. Either way, any sort of like challenge stream would be kind of fun, I think. Could also just do some streams where I do one or two of the challenge modes that I haven't done before each week. Like open up with that and then go into the rest of the normal stream stuff afterwards. So I could say, ooh, doing, let's say, Temple of Phoebe and Harvest Temple at one point, challenge mode, and then do the rest as well after that. I think we're going to start with Fractals since we're right here. So let's just get you down here so that I can open this and then get you up again. And go Fractals of the Mist, scale the max. They're already going. These expect day. Oh right, is it a day with a uncategorized either blade, Torma Nova. Okay, cool. So we're going to make a group ourselves, and we're going to call that group T4 plus Rex. 1A heal, since I'm going to be filling the quick DPS slot. This group is being chill streamed over at Mook Chivalry. And people know what they're getting themselves into. Okay. So, while we wait for people to begin joining, I am just going to check whether it is working live on YouTube. And it seems to be perfect. And is it working live on Twitch? It seems to be. Excellent. Well, while we're waiting for this, we might as well grab our daily keys over here. Remember that you can grab as many of these keys as you want, both of the deeply discounted and of the discounted, because you are actually gaining value on them, even if you just buy the fractal encryptions that you need to open them. I am going to be making a little bit of a stream at some point where I open a lot at one point, at the same time that is, because I've been saving them up. You can see I have 1,149 fractal encryption keys right now, and I'm slowly saving up fractal encryptions as well. Not the ones that we're getting from actually doing content, but just from buy orders on the auction house. So, oh yeah, I also got the Asker Camping Cookout back piece, so I am 2 for 4 on the legendary Oryx backpack. which is absolutely excellent. That's why I was in Mistburn Barrens when I started the stream today. Because I am slowly getting through those meta achievements so that I can get the... I don't remember what that's called. That's called the Salmon of Knowledge backpack. Then I just need the Draconic Tribute and I'll have the Precursor. I'm not really in a rush to do the Legendary backpack because, well, I already have the World vs. World version. So, all of my characters automatically always has a backpack. I don't have a specific reason other than I really like the little lore of Oryx. It's a mist demon that's curious about our world, and I am curious if we get any more lore now that, you know, after unlocking the Binding of the Dragon, the Oryx... It's not called Unbound, is it? That's actually the Precursor or something like that. Excellent. One of the weeklies are competing in a Fractal of the Mist. We are doing some events, missions in Desolation, Dark Reverie, Gang War, Champion Rank, Titan Spawn. Let's see. Ooh. A bunch of stuff.
Nice gear.
We are going to be banking some of this. Do. We are clearly moving this over a little bit. And 250. There we go. Oop, somebody joined. That's excellent. Let's see the softwood. Softwood is tier 2. So we need one seasoned wood plank and we need some dust. I don't remember if tier 2 is this or this dust. It might also be the tier 1 dust. I don't know. Oh, we got our A heal. Let's see here. Edit group description. DBS. Just got an A heal in Miuxa. Cool. Yes, Melanas. Okay, right, I have to get back to this and back to this. There we go. And then it is the tier 3 one. Do. Oh. Well, we have our last member. Grab a quick drink in the loading screen. Oh, we're already through the loading screen. We'll just set up the next loading screen then. Either blade! Woo! Excellent. Ooh. Mm. Yeah, get down there. I don't always know how to actually dodge those bombs. I find that the path isn't really consistent. Sometimes I just feel like you have to wait for someone else in the group to actually pop the bombs. And then you can get through them. It's a little bit weird, honestly. I would like for that to be signposted a little bit more. Shown how to actually do it. What are they doing there? I guess someone has a special sneaky place to do it.
Wait, is this insect technology? And Shaw humans ignore.
Very see.
Oh, are they able to go through to the arena? Through here? With like a mesmer trick or something? No, this isn't turned off, so they haven't really done anything.
Violence, is it? I'll do that.
Excellent. If you haven't done this fractal before, remember to dance with the Ether Blade Dancer there. You have to dance with both Ether Blade Dancers to get an achievement that also gives a master point.
Now that's just
I'm a little bit... I don't think snotty is the right word.
I achieve things. I'm an achiever.
A little bit under the weather today. There we go. I always enjoy this first day of the week, getting all of these, all of the stuff done that makes sure that I get the weeklies, I get all that kind of stuff. Just always feels good. Why am I dying so fast? What is our healer doing? Really feels like I shouldn't be on low health this long. I guess I need to actually be dodging stuff a little bit more. Also, I was just out shopping here earlier today and ran into... And I don't know if this is only a Danish tradition or if it's something that you experience in other countries as well. But our... I guess they are high schoolers. After primary or secondary or whatever. People in the study period where they're like 16 to 20 years old-ish. Those guys, when they finish in Denmark,
I'd offer the traditional
they get like a fancy hat, and they go out celebrating by drinking a whole bunch of alcohol. And one of the things that are traditional is that they will rent a car with like, or like a wagon, I guess, with an open back, where they will be driven around between all of their parents' houses or apartments or whatever domicile their parents are in, and they will... Oops, 2 seconds. And they'll be just getting absolutely drunk. And they'll be driving around the roads, blasting very, very loud music and yelling at cars. And some of them have like signs. I'm telling this story because I ran into one of these cars while I was shopping earlier today. And this car, they always have banners of some sort. And the banners are often lewd or encouraging their drinking. So this car that I ran into had the banner that said, what's that called? You know, blow the horn once for us to cheer, blow the horn twice for... It was a picture, I don't know what that picture was of. And blow the horn thrice and we will all empty our cup of alcohol.
You can never have too much treasure.
So, you know, of course I blew the horn thrice so that they could engage with their alcohol. That's just, it's one of those things that is traditional in Denmark, but that I recognize it's kind of a really bad alcohol culture, right? We shouldn't actually be encouraging young people to drink their brains out, but that's just how it is, man. In Denmark, we use alcohol to be social way more than we should. Yeah.
And apparently your inquest. Don't let that bug you know. Still, looking into the causes, disaster. What are you doing? Reactor core failure.
Why are my skills not triggering? There we go.
I'd like to know more about that special consultant. But this situation is deteriorating even faster than I expected. By my reading,
so this Fractal has a lot of different like challenges you have to go through, and I don't actually know how to go through a lot of them still. I'm still getting carried through the... There's a heat thing here where you have to run through, and apparently people are really good at skipping the actual mechanics where you have to use cooling cells to make, you know, to place one there and one there and one there from the other challenges. But people are really good at skipping it somehow. So that means I've never really done that one, and always just gotten carried through it. While sometimes it also seems that someone has a skip of some sort on this Inquest lab over here. Which also means that, I mean, I know how to do that one because it's a more rare skip, which means I still know how to knock down the doors so that we save the people and then can grab the collider thing. But yeah. Oh yeah, and there's of course this one, which is literally just kill this one. It's supposed to have mechanics. It's supposed to have mechanics that say, you know, each time a slime reaches it, it regains some health, so you shouldn't let too many slimes reach it. But at some points we outscaled it, and it's just about dealing enough damage before the slimes reach it in the first place.
You're just in time. Get as many of those people moving as you can. Some of them may act... You're going to need... That's Greta from my old group. Though she looks different. Never mind. The cooling chamber is overheated. But it's wrong. Slow the reaction. Did you bring one? Keep going. Talk about the folks have consequences of non-lethal radiation later.
There's a research in here.
That's Chin. You made it! Experiencing some discomfort. You made it! Though I can almost go. You'll have to shut down more colliders. I don't extract the core.
Once I get to the
3
control
or
panel, I'll
4,
help you however I can.
and... Is it because this researcher doesn't count as rescue?
Look for safety shields. Even the inquest wouldn't accept repulsor spill. The shield should absorb the repulsor beam. Just make sure to let it cool between blasts.
There we go. And that guy grabs it. with 3 or 4. I guess somebody, again, that's what I'm saying, right? This one, someone always knows how to cheese this one. So somebody did it while we were doing this one, and that means I am literally never going to learn how this one works.
I think you're ready for the
Ooh,
extraction.
thank you, Mr. Butt, for wanting to show me where to get the best viewers. Honestly, I believe whenever I have viewers, those viewers are the best viewers by default, so
I don't know if that
let's see
anomaly is
here.
but definitely hostile.
How do I delete the message again?
Moments away. You have to get by that thing and
This is Stream Manager. Is it because I shouldn't be in Stream Manager again? Is that because I have like, I should be in mod view or something like that? I must admit, I find... There we go. I'll deal with it between fractals. I find Steam a little bit difficult to manage, honestly. Just a tiny bit. Go. Ooh.
now the anomaly's overloading. Careful.
Yes, we should do the order. Maybe we should agree on order. Ah! Hey. Yeah. I'm terrible at this. Okay, so... Alright. Excellent. Wait. Is it excellent? Yeah, no. Who's one? Ah, good. Good. I think we got it. In the end. I really do enjoy when things like that go wrong. What did I write? I wrote 4. Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. Oh, people are going. Okay, so I am number 3. It's the most common tactic, and again, like the others, I haven't actually seen a group fail this in a long time. But basically, the boss will destroy a lot of these platforms, and we all have abilities that can stop him from doing that. So if we don't want to move around a lot, we have to use the abilities. Ah, damn it. I don't know how this is happening. Where the heck is my mod view? I think that was on. Yeah. How do I tell this? Oh. I figured it out at some point. At some point, I figured out how to deal with Twitch and how to actually delete a comment from chat, but then I forgot it again. And I can't find it. I simply just, I can't find it. And it weirds me out a lot, because I feel like it really should be easy. I'm on the stream manager, right? I'm on a page of Steam that Steam shouldn't be able to, there should be no one in this page that doesn't have access to the page. So Steam, please, can you just let me delete chats from my stream manager play stuff, please? Just, god damn. Community, video producer clips, analytics, stream summary, research achievements. I really feel like I should be able to do it from here. Like, what the heck? Oh well. I guess that message is just going to stay up. That's fine, that's fine. I am not even bothered by it, even a little bit. Okay, I am bothered by it a little bit. A big bit, even. It's okay.
Strong.
The random spam bot message can't hurt you. As they say.
I wield great wisdom.
There's one to remember me by.
Yeah. You're completely dead. That's fine. We'll just get this up. Do 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 do. We got there. Woo! We got there. It's cool. We know what we're doing on this stream, clearly. So, remember at the start of the stream when I was like, ooh, I wonder if I should do some sort of challenge stream of some sort. I guess at my skill level, challenge stream would apparently be, hey, you know, remember to actually breathe in air into your lungs, the challenge mode, the stream. My god. That's what happens sometimes. Do 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 do. Well, we are getting through it. This is the last of the Tier 4 Fractals for today. Then we're going to do the Rex, and then we're going to begin going through all of the strikes. I think we're going to start in Icebrook Saga, and then we're going to move through to End of Dragons, and then end up at... We're basically going to take them as the expansions came out, so we're going to end at... Actually, I think we should probably start at the Cosmic Observatory one. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. We're going to start doing it from the Secrets of the Obscure so that we can get Cosmic Observatory Challenge Mode done. I feel like I need to redeem myself after how terrible I've been doing in these standard... Whee. Oh well. No! Okay, I am... Oh, what is life? I'm doing so badly. It's okay. It's okay. I can get through this. I know how to play this game. I've been doing this for... During some periods, I've been doing it weekly. I can manage this. Yeah. So yeah, as I was saying, we're going to, from this, we're going to go to the challenge mode of Cosmic Observatory. If anyone watching wants to join the strike, just be ready for whenever that comes up. I am going to be requiring people to either have some sort of kill proof or... Ooh, I can show you the... There's a skip back here. Not Messmers. Mechanists can do it, and so can some other people. If you can jump, you can get here, you can go there, and then you can skip the entire jumping puzzle. And the second it has dispatched the Raving Asura, we can just GG, and we can have done that skip. So nice. I'm generally not playing a class that can do it, but I do enjoy the skip for what it is anyways. Very nice, saves a little bit of time.
All of us abandoned. You aren't real. You can't be here.
I wonder, I might actually. Maybe Necromancer with Voracious Arc can do it. It is a jump. I don't know if it's a jump that's far enough, but technically a jump.
I heard them all bleeding. Oh God! All on my watch.
Let's just stand here for a second, not poison our allies.
Never have too much treasure.
I love that we got the Ether Blade explanation for this Raving Asura, and generally by what happens when you get lost in the mists. I love that part of the story in Cantha. That's great. Oh. Is that because this is not the one? Should we... Alright, 2 seconds. I'll check. Yeah, it hadn't been set on the new one, but it has now, so now it works. There we go. Big civvy.
Coming from under the water. Dive in. If you get a few of those.
That's my lunch. So.
That'll silence you.
Feel my kill rise. That feels good.
Shield to the bow.
forest. The great magic is employing morphological problems, likely being used as a security system. Oh, you should probably check.
It's such a weird, these underwater fractals, it's so weird that they feel like they have to do something. They know people don't enjoy the underwater combat, so they feel like, slash, they know that they have to put something in here to make people interested in actually playing it. So they do put something in here to make people interested in playing it, but then, you know, it has to be this puzzle run slash whatever you'd call it, instead of just being a fractal. So it ends up being something, it ends up being something you're not interested in doing anyways, which is, yeah, it's pretty annoying. Let's pop all of our abilities here. I guess that's one good thing about it. You will always get your 10 daily karga for the ornate rusted key from the daily blood in the water achievement. That is something. You do get decent loot from looting the sunken chests in this.
Strong.
Yep. This is definitely also a design choice. Like having the jellyfish do this circular, I'm not dealing enough damage for it to be a problem, but I'm constantly stunning you a little bit so that you can't really get your abilities off for 5-6 seconds. I recognize that if that had been a threatening move that you had to move out of the way for, that would have been something that would have been a decent mechanic, but it isn't a threatening move. It is just something that you have to go, oh, you can't really do stuff for a little while. Ooh. It's so annoying. See, here it goes again. Whee! Oh right, I don't have my pistol out. I just pressed the skill because I'm used to pressing that specific skill when I have my pistol out, and I didn't have my pistol out, so it ended up just being some sort of weird, ooh, clicky click, nothing happened. Oh well. I swear I'm good at this game. Ish. Yeah.
You will obey.
be like that sometimes.
Nice gear.
Aquatic adventure. Oh, how you do it? I have a hard time
Attack
finding
my
the
target!
Anyway, the Fractals.
I don't think I can actually grab this sunken chest. Rather sure. I already did this for the... Oh, I guess that was the other one. Huh. You're not supposed to be able to grab the sunken chests before you've grabbed all the sunken chests in the achievement.
You can never have too much treasure.
Weird. But I mean, okay. If it works, right? Those are what you need the ornate rusted keys for, by the way. The ones you get daily from killing 10 Karga, or you can buy them from a weekly vendor. I covered that vendor in one of my videos at some point. Ooh. I might have to inventory manage a little bit before we even done with the run. With the run. I can speak almost.
Okay, reading is no more.
That looks nice.
The volcano. Get us!
I am dead.
What is that song? I don't actually remember what that song is. Huh. Weird. It must have been something that was on in the background of something I watched recently. That is usually how that works.
Our God demands sacrifice! Don't falter! Our God will slay the intruders!
So close.
Help me, please.
And yet so far away. E-I-A. Oh, it's what you do to me, oh, and all humanity. Oh, you'll rise up from the sea. Kill everyone slowly, except the ones like me. I wonder if it's Jonathan Cowden that made Hey There Cthulhu. Seems like one of what he would do.
Die!
Definitely the goat of... I guess not all of them are cover songs, or... What do you call that? Joke songs? Pun songs?
God will crush you all!
Songs that take one well-known song and puts it in a different context.
There, that's some. Now, action. Wait. Reading a new fractal disturbance.
Got on top of it. So this is a skip. There's a jumping puzzle you're supposed to do before you reach this boss. But if you can survive getting in the lava and move onto the island, you also update the checkpoint, so those people who don't make it can spawn here.
Good.
Now I have Jonathan Cowden stuck in my head, which is honestly definitely not the worst thing that can be stuck in your head. With this, he has this great song about werewolves, which is called "Cruel, Cruel Moon," and it's about the moon. It's a guy begging the moon not to come out because their lover is a werewolf, and they're going to break out of the basement and come up and rip that guy's eyes out and all that kind of stuff. And it's a great little ditty because it's upbeat and it's made as if it was a romance song. It has that kind of I'm so in love and under the moon vibe, but then, you know, instead of being about the love, it ends up being about being terrified that your significant other is going to become a werewolf and rip you to pieces. Ooh, big stretch. It's good.
Have you seen this? Something that gargantuan must be changed there for a reason.
That's good.
I don't know about that. Those zealots are trying to kill you? Perhaps this behemoth can't be all bad. Quick, locate a method to liberate him.
Honestly, this is the fractal that I think of when I think what is the fractal. If I were to summarize fractals in one fractal, this is the fractal that I think of, Cliffside. Where we battle up through the levels, we slowly release this giant from the mists, and then we defeat the cultist. It's one of those things that makes it separate from what I usually think of as dungeons, and also separate from what dungeons were in this game back when they were a thing. It's that a fractal is a dungeon with some additional mechanics. So in this one we have the hammer that we have to carry around with us and use for stuff, and we have the I could risk it. And we have to solve some additional, not puzzles, because the puzzles I don't necessarily like, but in this it's not as much a puzzle as it is a mechanic where we have to control the hammer to make sure that no one goes down because they keep it too long and get corrupted. At the same time, we have to use that hammer to break the bindings on the giant. So if I pick up the hammer here, you can see I have 3 abilities, and we're going to be attacking these cultists.
Hurts, doesn't it?
These fanatics, and when one of them die, I get a 4th ability on the hammer that I can use to break the seal. And you can see the stacks here. Hammer corruption. When that reaches 40, I die. When it reaches 30, I'm going to be stunned temporarily. 4. There we go.
I am dead.
Let the hammer go here. Someone else picks up the hammer. So there's an additional mechanic, right? We're fighting our way up through the fractal. And here we have something like there spawns fire here, but the giant that sees that we're trying to save him is helping us by using frozen breath regularly to try to blow out the fire. You can see he's just blew out the fire over there. And then at the end there's a boss. So it's a dungeon with extra mechanics. That's what a fractal is. And yeah, I just think this one is iconic. I wonder, what do you guys think? What is your favorite fractal, or like just the most iconic one? It doesn't have to be a favorite. You can hate it, but what's the most fractal that's out there? I might just put that up as a question on YouTube as well. Do-do-do-do-do-do. They have to drop the hammer here in a second. It's getting... You can see it from the icon over their head, it's getting red. They are running, they're trying to reach this one before they get downed. And they did it. They made it in time. Good job. Good on them. Now I have the hammer. Do 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 do. Can't touch this. Do 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 do. Ma, music hits me so hard. I probably shouldn't be doing too much of that. That's current day music. That could actually get a copyright strike or something in. I don't want that. Oop. That's not good. I won't make it. I have to drop the hammer here.
Give up yet?
Here we go. This should be the last thing, and you can see an extra little trick that we use here. If you GG over here, I guess those guys aren't using that. But if you GG there, you get teleported over to this next point that you have to go to anyways. Let me just get the...
Kill rising.
Oh! Wow! Huh. I haven't seen this skip before. Huh.
Urge to kill.
Hammer again.
Strong.
I'm always interested. When I see a new skip that I haven't heard of before, I always get super interested in how they actually do it. You target the boss from below. Oh, so you can find a spot to see the boss, then you can teleport. Oh my, that's so cool! That's so... I love skips! Ah, I love skips. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. Aren't games amazing?
That looks valuable.
Love it so much. Anyways, let's just really quickly get our Inventory Wars 2 done. So that we can move on to the next part.
You can never have too much treasure.
Here we go. Inventory Wars. It's kind of a drag, but that's what we're doing. And salvage the blue with the copper fit. Then go get the green. And the green we do with the rune crafters. Because it auto does the sigils inside of the green, and we want those sigils to pop for symbols of control and that stuff for our legendary runes and legendary sigils. Then we grab the rares, then we do the the rest of the stuff. Do 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 do. And sell the daily potions.
Goodbye.
To get an extra like 45, 47 thingamabobs. And there's an exotic piece.
That looks valuable.
Great. Then, for our next trick. For next trick, we're going to go do the Secrets of the Obscure run. So, challenge mode, Cosmic Observatory, and then normal mode, Temple of Phoebe. And then we will go from there. Wizard's Tower. Just putting this box up because I'm going to be opening the social tab. I wish I could UI manage this. I wish I could go directly to the group manager so that I don't have to hide my social tab every time I want to open the group finder. I think that's a bit of an oversight in the game. I think that's really something they could optimize. I know it's not a problem for most people. It's hashtag streamer problems. Because most people don't have to worry about their friend list being seen every time they open the group finder. But even then, it's an additional click to go down to the looking for group. Like, there should be something. There should be something. Strike missions, experienced. COCM. 2 heal. Plus TOF NM. 2 heal. 2 alac, 1 quick. Have some KP or watch video in squad. This squad message. This group is being chill streamed over on Mook Chivalry. Okay. I see that I forgot to actually do the group. Create squad. Yeah, sure, let's be Pink Catmanda, why not? Raid mode. Advertise groups. Big C. COCM. Advertise the group. Click here. And while we're in a loading screen, I'm just going to switch over to YouTube really quickly. Because I'm going to go Muck Luck. COCM. Get to the point. Yes, I have seen this video a couple of times at this point. And edit squad message video. Search clock COCM. Get to the point on YouTube. Boop. Cool. That's one of those things where this is probably going to take a little longer than a lot of other stuff. So while we're waiting, we might as well do some other stuff. And one of the things we can be doing is just to go around and check some of those daily or weekly vendors. So if I go Icebrook Saga and Drizzlewood Coast. Do 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 do. Do. Squad slash squad. Welcome.
Meatloaf again.
What are you allergic to taste?
Another wine drama.
Got a problem with the
Yeah, no,
brew.
I'm going to another wine drama.
Maybe I will. Can't
Another.
I like grabbing the first 10 of these keys.
We're all on edge here.
That seems to me the
Glad we have
the best value
even if it is terrible.
for how little I
One
actually
more
do this
thing for my
content.
list of accomplishments.
None of this is actually worth grabbing, which is kind of sad. Oh well. Next up, we can go to, say, Dragonfall. That's a siege turtle. Just really quickly grab the Mistborn moats. And then next up on our journey, let's say Arborstone. Excellent. Normal DPS, Q DPS. Means we have to update our little list here and say we are specifically now looking for 2A heal.
Demonstration then. Let's see how you fare. You're a fast learner. Well thought. I could learn a thing or two from you, it seems. A practical demonstration. I'll do what I
This is a place of
Refuge.
refuge.
Not a
Not a
den of
den of
iniquity.
I'm glad Fury isn't alive to see his niece drag our good reputation straight to the guano.
Seize the moment.
Alles gut. Alright, nothing from Janthea.
I'm at your
Horn.
service.
No. 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 That was that Cantha? That wasn't Cantha. 6th tier, not really interesting. Oh damn, I forgot to move it. Thank you for mentioning it, Killer Sloth. I use it for when I have to move, like, here we go. When I have to move things around in the looking for group, I don't want to, I know it's, you know, dox people, I don't know how to say it, you know, show people just because they're my friends, they haven't necessarily agreed to have their account things shown on stream, so I put it back into the middle of the screen to just, you know, help make sure that I can get down to the looking for group. I wish Guild Wars had a way to just open looking for group directly, but it's very much a streamer problem rather than a normal person problem. That's one extra click for most people, but for me it's just one of those things where I shouldn't force people, I guess, into having to be shown on stream just because they have friended me at some point during my, at this point, kind of a long time playing this game. So, yeah, that's what that is. And I try to move it out of the way after every time. Thank you for pointing it out.
Act with honor.
Nice!
Speak with integrity.
Well, Guild Wars is a rather fun game. What we're doing this right now, and of course you can get the standard Guild Wars stuff. I think is Core and Heart of Thorns free, and then you have to pay to get Path of Fire and so on? I don't recall how it is. There's some free stuff. It can be a little difficult to make an endgame build, and you will have... You know how people say that you have to... Oh, hi, I am that is. You know how people say that you have to actually invest 100 hours in a game for the game to become fun? Guild Wars isn't exactly that, but you have to be able to enjoy the personal story as well. I think they have great story, and this is a great world, great universe to delve into. But the journey towards level 80 is a little long. I think there's a reason for them. If you buy some of the expansion packages, you actually just straight up get all of the expansions at the same time. So, not all of the expansions, I'm sorry. I mean, you know, you get, with the expansion collection, you get, I think, 2 level 80 insta-boosts. And when you click a level 80 insta-boost, you get transported to a zone called the Silver Wastes, which is, it is a zone here out in the world. Here it is, where you can test out the build and figure out if the class is for you and whatever before you actually commit to leveling it to 80. And honestly, I think that's the way to go. I think you should level the character to 80 immediately, and then you can still do all of the story stuff. It's not that it's no value after you reach level 80, because Guild Wars, you know, in World of Warcraft, I think the biggest difference between Guild Wars and World of Warcraft is that World of Warcraft is... It's... What's that called? Vertical progression. You have to... Every time there's a new patch, like we'll have 11.2 in a second here, you have to get a new set of gear, you have to get the next good gear level, you have to play whatever is there to get there. In Guild Wars 2, it's a little more horizontal, which means the game really, you can see it as starting at level 80, and then at level 80 you can get stuff, and then that stuff will likely stay relevant for the rest of your experience. I have a bunch of legendary armor at this point, but I have, what's it called, these ascended pieces. Some of my ascended pieces I've literally been wearing for years, and they're fine. Like, this is a Ritualist's version that came out back in Cantha. This means this could technically have been a foot piece that's 5 years old and it's still relevant. But of course, every new expansion, something gets introduced that makes new builds possible, and therefore interesting, and therefore new mixes and matches come up. In the recent expansion of Secrets of the Obscure, Necromancers got the ability to wield a sword, and in Guild Wars your abilities are based on what weapons you have on at a given moment. So you can see I play pistol, dagger, and what's that called? That's called a scepter dagger. And when you have nothing in the offhand and you have a one-hand thing, then when you switch between your weapon slots, you just assume the offhand in the other part. So that's why I haven't clicked it into both. That's the problem with retail. If you aren't on top, you fall behind and suck. Yeah, I agree. That is one of the things in World of Warcraft. You can't really you can take a break from World of Warcraft, but you should expect that after taking a break from World of Warcraft, it will take you a while to get back into it. Whereas in Guild Wars 2, I think my longest break from Guild Wars 2 was literally a couple of years, back when Final Fantasy was beginning to pop off, Final Fantasy 14 that is, and I really dove into that, and at that point I was still active in World of Warcraft as well. And so Guild Wars 2 just fell off for a while for me. It took me a couple of years to come back to this game, and when I came back to this game, my build still worked. I could still play. I didn't play my Necromancer then, I played my Elementalist. That's probably what I would consider my main for the most part of this game. I've begun playing Necromancer because my Necromancer is easier. It's a little more tanky. I have a minion build for open world farming. it's just, you know, more comfortable. More I don't have to think about it when I just want to turn my brain off. I gotta get back to work, but I'll be sure to jump in stream later if you're still alive. Glad you was recommended to me. You seem chill and cool. Thank you, and thank you for popping by. I hope you have a nice day at work. See you around. And I am Thatsis. I started a couple of months ago, and I didn't use the level booster, and I thought it was pretty smooth up to 80. It was still fast and flexible in how you choose to gain experience, plus there are a lot of XP boosters. Those are excellent points as well, definitely. I think that's valid. I think you should take you should take I am for their word for this, because they have leveled up to 80 more recently than I have. It's been a while since I've leveled any character. So if they say it's fast and nice, I think that's probably a good thing to do. You should probably, the fastest way to level up while you don't have access to endgame content is just doing your personal story and then just exploring the map. That's another thing that's kind of interesting, I guess, in Guild Wars. It's that it's less focused on mainly doing story and dungeons to level up, and more focused on doing lots of different stuff. Grabbing a hero point there, looking for some rotating events here, doing all kinds of stuff. Guild Wars in general is like that. It's a lot about playing the open world, more so than it is playing the instanced content, or whatever you'd say. Well, there's a lot of instanced content to play, but a lot of people play the open world rather than playing the instanced content. So what do you think would be a good challenge stream? Because I'm considering doing some sort of like, these streams are great and chill and all, and I think that's fine, but I think it would be more interesting to have some sort of challenge set up for them. I'm considering doing stuff like streaming my first time doing some of the other challenge modes that I haven't done yet, and I'm also considering doing something like a marathon stream of, you know, this stream doesn't end until I've made 300 gold in Guild Wars, or something like that, where that'll probably take a while, but I also know that in theory, just grinding Dragonfall meta should get you there in 6 hours or so. And so the stream will have if I go, okay, I've done a lot of stuff and it's taken a long time, then I can always fall back on some of the easy stuff to make it. But we can see how quickly we can do it and stuff like that, and we can probably like give away the gold at the end of the stream or something, like do a because 300 gold is the reason I chose that is because it's a command attack, right? And I think command attacks are honestly one of the things that are really worth investing in. So we could like give away a command attack at the end after having grinded it. That could be fun. But yeah, I'm a little bit in doubt about what is fun to watch, right? Because a lot of stuff is fun to stream, but not necessarily to watch. And I will admit that I don't know what I like myself as a viewer, which might sound a little weird, but I'm a very vibes-based viewer, because I'm the type of viewer that don't actually really focus on what's going on in the stream. I like to open something and then just have a guy talk while they're doing whatever, and thus it becomes a lot more about the personality. And I mean, I can work on how well I present my personality in the stream, but my personality will either hit or it will flop, right? So what I can choose as a streamer to work on is how I you know, frame the stream. What are we working towards? What are the goals? What are the interesting stuff happening? I don't know enough endgame challenges to know what's hot. I'm doing Janthia story at the moment. Ooh! How are you liking the Janthia story? I found that Secrets of the Obscure had a little bit of a it had to get going again, right? They just ended the dragon saga. We just finished the threat of the elder dragons that had blah 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 blah. All of that like big stuff that felt like if this was a single player game, that would be where the... Hold on. Plugging alacrity healer in. So hyped to have an alacrity healer. And we have to edit the group description. Now we just need one A heal. And that just threw me off. What I was saying was... Right, so we just finished the End of Dragons. We just finished the Dragon Cycle. And a single player game would just have had that been the last part. So it would have been the natural place to like launch Guild Wars 3 if they were going to do that, right? But instead they chose to stick with Guild Wars 2, and I think that's a good choice. And then they had to do Secrets of the Obscure. They had to do something completely new. They had to start a story over with... in the same universe, in the same timeline, but without any of the challenges that we just overcome. And they had to nail the stakes in a way that felt like we hadn't just killed the biggest dragons in the world and was then just suddenly struggling against the Defias Brotherhood or whatever, right? We weren't just suddenly back to square one, knew nothing. Excellent, we just got the other A heal. Yes. There we go. And there we go. Okay, so... yeah, I think Secrets of the Obscure, I had a hard time. That's what I was trying to get to. I had a hard time, like, connecting with the story, really. It was new characters. They'd specifically cut us off from all of the old characters. So we really had to build these relationships from new, and it felt a little bit pushed, forced into it and stuff like that. But I feel like Janthia Wilds, because that's now the second expansion in this story arc, because they stuck with the characters. Those characters stayed relevant. It's building on top of Secrets of the Obscure, while it is still something different, but it keeps the mist-based, like, feeling, or whatever you'd call it. I think that's just... It helped me get into Janthia Wilds a lot. The first map, Lowland Shore, is very nice and dense, and the vibe is more akin to the older green maps. Yeah, I agree. Lowland Shore is a very, very pretty map. Super pretty. And I love the Lowland Coden. I love their thing. It's just one of those... I mean, honestly, Coden as playable race, please. They're just so cool. They're just so cool. And I don't... Guild Wars hasn't actually released a new playable race since the game released. You've always been able to play Human, Azora, Norn, Sylvari, and Shah, right? Those are the 5 races, and that's been static forever. Where's my World of Warcraft allied races, right? I want to play a bear so bad. I'd even be okay, like, to me, they could give me a bear, and they could go like, okay, but the deal is that, like, the Dracthea in World of Warcraft, they can't, most equipment isn't going to show on them. I'd be like, hell yeah, sign me up anyways. The story is a little lost on me, but it's hard when it's building up a new threat like in a comic book. Yeah, I agree. It is one of the things. That's also, you summed up in like one sentence what I spent like 2.5 minutes trying to explain. It's, to me it's a lot. To me it's a lot of that. Like, they have to build up a new threat. We just killed the big threat of the game that we've been working towards since the start. And Secrets of the Obscure and Janthia Wilds have to, like, make new threats. And that's difficult. It's really difficult. But I think it's getting better. Just because they're sticking with it and we are moving on in that storyline, right? I also think... I need a sip. My throat is a little dry.
You cannot take my power.
Excellent. Wait. I bought 2 of these. I'm not sure I put the other one in the refrigerator. I'm just gonna go do that. 2 seconds.
Keep them away.
There we go.
Strong. Refreshing.
Keep them away.
Another thing about Janthia is it reminded me of Skyrim, where they took a lot of inspiration from the stereotypical Nordic motifs and names and so on. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Also, the new legendary weapon, right? Klobjarn gear, which, like, I can't. It's called Klobjarn. Klobjarn. That's such a ridiculous name. I can't. It's just... Oh, every time I remember that it is the fearsome spear Klobjarne. Oh, right. For those of you who don't speak Danish, Klo means claw, and Bjarne is a classic Danish name. And it's one of the names that are associated kind of with a Bjarne type is often either like the soft-spoken pedagogue or kind of a lower class worker, slightly rocker type, biker type, that is. Our biker gangs are called rocker in Denmark. So, but yeah, those are the associations that often follow the name Bjarne. Which isn't, you know, it's stereotypes based on a name. There are Bjarnes of all kinds, of course. Just Klobjarne. Yes, it's true. People do imagine those names in kind of like an Old Norse, like probably more Icelandic way, right? They're and I am, if I wasn't, I could probably also in my mind, right, instead of trying to pronounce it or, you know, subconsciously pronouncing it, as I would in my everyday life if I just saw Klobiane. I could recognize that, of course, the weapon is actually called Klobiane, or something like that. Klobiane. Now I'm just speaking Swedish accents just to make it. That's the thing, right? I'm sure the Swedes would just be like, now why would you speak it like it's an everyday thing? But yeah. It's always funny to be from the culture that's being used as inspiration in something. That is an interesting situation. And while we're not, we're not a suppressed people or anything, we are one of the cultures that are used quite often for fantasy of some sort, because, Vikings are cool. I mean, Vikings are cool. I get it. I wish I could be a cool Viking, but I'm not that cool. I'm not ready to sail in a dingy little boat all the way to England to plunder. And special ability. Oh gosh. I got stuck with the pool guy. Woo! This is one of the points that I should really optimize. I should begin actually making sure to stand on top of the group and dodge in the same direction they do, because we just lost a lot of DPS because I was wandering around the map instead of being where the group and therefore where the monsters would go. Like, it's not like it's going to destroy our run or anything, but we are cutting it semi-close. We just, again, I usually look at this and I go, oh, 5 minutes left after the second run of mobs, second ad phase. That means that we are decently on time. But it does not mean that we have a lot of time. Just that we're okay. Oh, I got hit. This time either, I guess. Oh, damn.
I'm neither here nor there.
Whew. We kind of made it. That was scary. That was terrifying.
Still.
Medieval fantasy motifs are either Latin / Holy Roman Empire or Nordic / Germanic, so it's often obvious the expansion idea. Yeah, that is true. Yep. That is true. I mean, it makes sense, right? Especially for Western RPGs. Like... Am I the one that's being on? The Western culture part of America doesn't really have the roots to be able to support that. I mean, they didn't start existing until 16 something, right? So if you want to do fantasy that's based in America, you have to actually go into the indigenous stuff, and which is what would be originally American fantasy, right? And then of course if you want to do China or India or Africa or that kind of stuff, more often than not developers develop for their own countries. You see all of those Asian RPGs, right? JRPGs especially. There you go. I just got distracted by my game. I don't remember what I was talking about. Happens sometimes. Whew, I need to open a window. It's actually rather hot today. Okay, this loading screen is so long. There we go. It's gonna make the difference. That's also a thing. I don't remember what it's like to play this game without celebration bonus active, which, like, double magic find, double world versus world rank gain, double experience from kills and gold from kills, and some reward track progress. It's just, it's a lot of extra experience that happens, a lot of extra stuff that happens in general. And I just don't remember what it's like not having this bonus active, because every time your character has a birthday, you get some celebration boosters that you can activate for another day of this. Oh yeah, let's just really check it. Oop. A bunch of boosters that you can add another day to this on, and when you have 10 or 11 characters, I don't recall if I have 10 or 11, but I have gotten extra character slots each expansion basically as one of the deluxe edition things that you get. Then, you know, you get a lot each year, and while that's still like, it's not. Whoop. And while that's only 24 hours, it's only 24 hours of, you know, real in-game playtime. So unless I'm standing still a lot and doing absolutely nothing in a city, that's just such a long time that you get. And again, so basically, am I playing 10 days of playtime a year? 11 days of playtime a year? That's a lot of game time, man. Let's say 11 times... Well, that's 240, 264 hours or so of playtime. I don't think I do that a year. I think I have like 2,200 hours game time total. 2,600 maybe. Something like that. I don't think I've broken 3,000 hours of game time total. And it's been about 6 years. So maybe I do just about that long over the course of a year. But only just. So, yeah.
Sharper still.
I don't know.
Sharp blade, sharp mind.
I am dead.
That went better than I expected.
Vigor.
I do like the cryptids though. Like these models that they actually made real models for and didn't just... A lot of the models in the game ended up being kind of just a sort of, oh look, it is a harpy, but fleshy. So they clearly took the older models and put new stuff on top of them, which, I mean, it's fine. It's not overly offensive, but it's also not really inspiring. But these like newer Cryptis models and the spine gazers and that stuff, I think these are really cool. We're going to get away with a lot before he begins this last thing here. This thing. Like, because he added up, he usually starts that I think it's 20%, it's 15 or 20% health. But because he started out by doing the spinny circle laser around himself before he actually ended up doing this repeated charged attack, it ended up being much easier with this. Very nice. Well, that's fine. I didn't write it fast enough. I didn't write it fast enough. I was going to be like, hey, and I'm doing End of Dragons next. Or I suppose Saga next. I don't actually know if I'm doing End of Dragons Icebrute Saga next. I think Icebrute Saga and then end up on End of Dragons. Yeah, I think that's good. Do 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 do. Hold on, I'll just save you the sound of this. I drank the healthy potion earlier. Healthy potion. Now it's time for the unhealthy potion. Which is... I think I've enough. Which is unhealthy potion. That is one of the hardest things about streaming. It's not humming. Whenever there's a break in something, I begin humming, and not humming all of the, what's that called, copyrighted songs is hard. Oh. Hold on, everyone just ignore you saw that. There we go. Strike missions experienced. To be IBS 5 plus DS. 2 heal, 2 alac, 1 quick. This group is being chill streamed over on Mook. I do sometimes wonder whether, like, I took the name Mook Chivalry because it's the scientific or whatever you call it. It's the term for when you fight against multiple enemies in video games at once. There's this coding written into them, or there was for many years. It's been a little less lately, but there's this coding to avoid that it's just a mass of people right on top of you. That makes the enemies stand around and like almost wait their turn to attack you. And that's what's been dubbed Mook Chivalry. Because they are being chivalrous and waiting their turn. But, wait, hold on. Mind going Q heal man kitty. And the ADPS is clicks. There. Perfect. Mind going A heal, then small. DPS. There we go. Yeah, this is great. Bloop, bloop, bloop. So yeah, I chose the name Mook Chivalry because it's one of those things that I find kind of fun in games. It's you can see behind the scenes and you can see that the coding makes it so that they don't just all bum rush me at the same time. Both because that would be more of an unfair fight, and because it would look stupid because they would clip on top of each other a lot. So Mook Chivalry is just one of those fun things. But I have been, sometimes I am a little worried that it will be taken in the internet sense, like that I'm calling myself chivalrous, like chivalry isn't dead, milady. And yeah, well, you know, sometimes you have to take the good with the bad. And the good is that I think Mood Chivalry is great and nerdy, but the bad is that I don't really want to be seen as a nice guy. You know? That's just how it is. Thanks for the food. Doo-doo-doo. Let's ready check real quick. Let's also ready check through this. Did I end up eating the other food? No, that's fine. Good.
You're young to be so.
Squad ready?
Brave with feasting.
Armored up.
Take them out!
I am
No, I think one of the most important things that's ever been made, one of those things that I really think is, it can't be understated how, or it can't be overstated how cool it is Ludwig Akarin and J-Slat. They did this thing together, two YouTubers slash streamers slash whatever they are, content creators. They did this really cool thing together where they played a lot of songs. They hired an orchestra and they played a lot of classic. They made that orchestra play a lot of classic music, and they hired them in a way that made it so that they don't take commissions afterwards for this music. That means they've made things like Ride of the Valkyries and stuff like that completely free to use by making a version of it where no one is claiming the copyright for that specific. It's called a.
Nice gear.
I don't actually know what that's called. Anyways, you asked what do you think they will do with the next expansion set for October, or what do you want in it? I want strikes. That's easy. I want more of the instanced PvE content because that's what I enjoy doing a lot. But I also recognize that they can't. They can't stop doing. They need to keep their focus on what people in their game are actually playing, and a lot of people are playing mostly the open world content, the meta events and stuff like that. So they have to keep a focus on that. That's fair. I would like them to voice characters that play an important part in a story. So you haven't gotten that far, so I won't get into it yet. I am, but you'll know when you get there. You'll know what you get there when you get there. What I'm talking about with there's a core character that you're going to be introduced to that's been a core character forever, and they've been a core character since before the characters were generally voice acted outside of story quests.
Stay put.
And that means, storied instances, and that means they're just not voice acted, and that creates this weird situation where half the characters are talking to you, and half the characters you have to read what they're saying, and that's just such a weird conversation thing to be in. yeah. So I would like voice acting for all the characters in the story when they go that route anyways. And what do I think they're going to do with it?
This storm isn't normal. Blocking us from following Vanguard?
We solved this mist gate.
And who's pulling the strings?
Watch yourself out there.
Hold on. How much do you want spoilers? Because I just realized that I can't necessarily talk about in details where we are now, so that we'll know where to go from here. I want to stick with the mists as a theme. They've had the mists as a theme both in the previous game and in this game, and I would like to see more of that. I would like to see them stick with, you know, having the wizards as like a core of this, and I would like to explore more of what is this. Like, the mists in this game is basically a wild zone, right? It's a zone of... Oh, damn. Ah, oh well. The mists is basically a wild zone. It's a zone, and when with wild I mean W-I-L-D, Y-L-D, so wild, wild. As in, the mists is something that you can't see through, and you can't. I began attacking the boss without waiting for everyone to get here. That's silly. Anyways, where it's like some of the afterlives out in the mists in this game. When you die, you go to the mists, but also the mists is like a fluffy power, and also the wizards have been able to like pull out of the mists, like Skywatch Archipelago in Secrets of the Obscure is filled with stuff that they pulled out of the mists, like made real from the mists, and all of the fractals of the mists are stuff like that. And there's a spectral agony in the mists. That's why we need agony resistance when we do fractals, and it also becomes relevant a little bit in the story of Janthia, and I'd like to see more of that. I would really like them to see them delve into what is agony. Is agony something we can solve? And I honestly think that might be semi-realistic. I think they could end up going towards there's this scar in the mists that is called spectral agony, and we have learned more about it this expansion, but we haven't really solved what spectral agony is. So, is the next thing going to be some sort of... We are going to go... Hold on. So is the next expansion going to be something along the lines of we're going to go see if we can release the pain fragments, the agony that's in the mists, or maybe, I mean, I believe that the mists is actually something something that we could also be exploring for, like... Oh, this is one of those things that some people also find a little spoilery. This is very hard to talk about without spoilers, so, like, if you don't want spoilers for Path of Fire, then close your ears and eyes for the next 5 minutes, and I'll do like I'll wave my arms around a lot for a bunch of seconds when I'm done talking about this. Okay, starting to do spoiler stuff in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so the human gods in Path of Fire. Oh, I have to really check. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. We're doing it. I wasn't the one that started it this time. In Path of Fire, we were... I should really focus on what I'm doing instead of this. So. Hold on. Wait, I'm just salvaging this after... There we go. Alright.
I feel strong.
Smash them!
Real, really, ready check for real, for real. Yeah, whatever.
That feels good.
What was I about to say? So, the human gods are going to be one of the big factions at some point in Guild Wars story. Because we know that they've left Tyria to go into the mists to find a new place for the humans to be, because they believed that they would destroy the planet if they had to fight the Elder Dragons. So we have a pantheon of, there are only 5 gods now after, you know, what we did to Balthasar. But we have a pantheon of 5 immensely powerful beings originally from the mists. Like, they came from there. And they came to Tyria and they took a liking to the humans, or brought the humans with them. I don't quite remember which part of that is the right one. They brought the humans with them, or found humans here and liked them a lot. Either way, human gods, very big into very powerful mist beings, and they've left to find a new place for the humans since they assume that this world is doomed. They might have felt that the Elder Dragons are dead now and they could come back now that there's no Elder Dragons. They could come back as antagonists that want to rule the world. They could come back as allies to help us against some other mist threat. They could come back.
Never have too much treasure.
They could come back mostly as allies, but with one of them being extremely mad at us, maybe, because we, after all, did defeat Balthasar. They locked away Balthasar, but they didn't kill him because they see each other kind of as a family, as siblings, as lovers, as all that kind of stuff. So we could have, I don't recall which one of them was Balthasar's lover, Lissa or something. Whoever is Balthasar's lover. It is, yeah. Hold on 2 seconds. There we go. What was I saying? So yeah, they could come back. I think that would be a great addition to this, like, Mists saga. If we said that our previous story is the Dragon saga, then this could be the Mists saga, where we explore the terrors of the mists in all kinds of different ways. That's kind of what these 2 expansions have been going for, and that could be what they move forwards with and do more of. So I'm excited for that. Anyways, doing a lot of arm waving here to let people know that I'm done talking spoilers again. Yeah. I think those would be cool ways for the game to move forward. But yeah, it's a lot of interesting stuff, honestly. I think the story is picking up. I think we are slowly getting back to the feeling of Guild Wars as a story game being extremely well put together. Nah, it's not really fun. But if everyone goes for the other one, we'll go for the other one as well, just because we are the quickness giver. We want to stay close to people so that we can actually give them quickness. So even though we didn't really leave Voice of the Fallen at 20%, we left it more like at 30%. That's fine. We can change bosses anyways. Yeah.
Nice gear.
Besides the Bone Skinner, there aren't really a lot of difficulty in the Icebrute Saga run. I forgot to leave the instance before claiming the chest so that I could get the experience bonus towards my Central Tyria Mastery track instead of towards my Icebrute Saga Mastery track. Because the Central Tyria I've already mastered completely, so I'll get more Spirit Shards if I actually get it back there. We just did Voice and Claw, Whisper. I know few people play the instances and that's not really a unique Guild Wars 2 thing, like the open world stuff is. Yeah, I guess that's true enough. I think to me strikes are fractals. Fractals are kind of a unique Guild Wars 2 thing because they combine fighting and puzzle solving more than dungeons do in other games. I guess strikes aren't really unique because we also have the trials in Final Fantasy XIV. Now, Guild Wars 2 came out before Final Fantasy XIV, I'm pretty sure, so Guild Wars 2 probably started this trend, and Final Fantasy XIV did it as well. But, yeah. I agree that the open world of Guild Wars 2 is more unique than the instance content, and I get why they would then focus on that. Yeah. But I think there are some things that they should tighten up, so to speak. Like, if you want to be the open world thing, and if you want to say that, like, oh, we don't have time to make strikes each game because our development time goes towards fleshing out the story and making big, you know, if everything is voice acted storylines and that kind of stuff, then you also need to voice act everything. Like, you cannot have a main character that isn't voice acted. Not a main character as in the player character, because that guy is voice acted, or gal is voice acted, but as in a support character, a main support character not being voice acted is just no good. No good. So that's something they definitely need to... Oh, no.
Have a good one.
Press my ability. Wasn't supposed to press that ability. That's okay. We can recover. I don't need the ability before we actually get to 25%. Because there's a cheese trick, I guess it is, with the Whisper. Where at 25% he begins doing a lot of like ball action that's very, very difficult to survive. But damn it, now I do it again. But what isn't difficult about it is if you just have a Necromancer pit. If you just have a Necromancer pit like the... Hold on, we're doing a lot of stuff right now. I feel like this. I am. I feel like I would rather pay more for a game that uses human voices than pay less for a game that uses AI voices. It's not that AI can't. It's at this point like there's an AI mod for World of Warcraft that like allows that it like auto voice acts every single character, every single quest, dialogue, everything in the game that isn't normally. Oh my god, I forgot to dodge out of this. Whoopsie. But it voice acts all of this. And I think that's really cool. But I also think that I enjoy the celebrity of it, so to speak.
Too much treasure.
I enjoy what am I going to call that? I enjoy following voice actors on their journey across different games. I enjoy seeing people do voice acting well. I enjoy the skill component of it. I enjoy all of that. And I think it's something I'm not willing to give up just because AI keeps the cost down for the company. And I also don't think that Guild Wars 2, with the size of MMO that it is, and with how little content it puts out, like, it has put out one Fractal, one Raid, and one Convergence for this entire expansion. I recognize that every single meta event is really good as well, and that takes a lot of time, but, like, come on. With that little, and with a cash shop as prevalent as the one you have, I recognize that we're not paying subscription, but we know that Skyrim Horse started this. We know that the cash shop is going to be more attractive than any, especially with the amount of skins and cool stuff that they put in the cash shop. I believe they earn at least an expansion's worth of money from the swimsuits, like just from them. And I don't have any numbers from Guild Wars on it, but I do remember that World of Warcraft, or rather Blizzard, because this is actually a StarCraft reference. In StarCraft 2, there's, I think it's one of the voice packs, earned them more money than the entire Wings of Liberty. They earned more money from a random little, takes basically no time to develop voice pack than they did from the game itself. So crazy. Don't know about voice actors. No, I think it is expensive to hire voice actors, not because I think voice actors are well paid, but because for the amount of voice acting that you need in an MMO, especially as story-driven as Guild Wars is, there's a lot of hours of work. Group 2 ice, group 3 fire. Oh, I'm filled up.
Let him leave. We can't get distracted.
That didn't go to plan.
That looks valuable.
He'll be back. His pride won't let him stay away long.
Wonder where he gets that from. In the meantime, fire alarm!
Graham, are you...
So yeah, I think it costs a lot to do voice acting. I think it would be expensive-ish to voice act. You know, for each character you have to voice act in an expansion. I think that does cost a lot of money. But I don't think that's...
We're here to kill Primordius.
I don't think that it's unreasonable to expect them to pay that cost when they put out so little content beside their meta events and story content. When the main content isn't the dungeons like it is in World of Warcraft, dungeons/raids like it is in World of Warcraft, when the main content is the story stuff, then I also feel like I can expect that they, you know, do put a significant portion of their budget towards that. And I expect their budget to be big enough for covering a couple extra voice actors. It is difficult to say though. And like, if a developer came out and said, that's actually impossible, we are not going to be able to do it, and it is because of cost, and it is because of blah blah blah, I mean, I'd have to believe them, right? But until they do that, I'm going to assume, based on what we've heard from other games and what costs money, that they would be able to do it.
We need to destroy the ley line siphons. Do that and we can break the connections to the dragons. I'm sure it'll be no problem.
I am dead. I've stayed my hand before. As long as Jormag is connected to the power of the champion and the frozen, they will keep Primordus cowed.
Armored up. Don't let up! We've got to bring both champions down! Bump and we are. One is not enough. We've got to bring Ryland and Bram down together.
I mean, yes, you're right, of course. AI can do a lot of stuff for us. I'm not really hype on it, I must admit. Yeah. I see the potentials in AI and I go, yeah, it's fine.
Use the prisms now. The champions
Honestly,
are hanging on to dragons by a thread.
I'm going to go political again. Are you ready? I want a future where AI is being used for all of the stuff that we don't want to do as humans. And I believe that things like playing with our voices is one of those things that we do want to do as humans. So I don't believe we should replace that with AI. I believe that, you know, story writing for MMOs, stuff like that, we shouldn't replace with AI, because that's also all of these creative things, all of the things that we want to do. I don't think we should replace that with AI. I think we should. Yeah, I think that's fine. However, you know, stuff like if you can make an NPC walk and talk freely, that's fine. That's much better than other stuff, but I'd rather have
refreshing.
How do I put this? If the NPCs can do basically anything, then I'm not going to get a curated experience. And a game at its core to me is a curated experience. So I would like I don't actually want an MMO that's empty, right? Or it's going to be filled, and it's going to be filled with engaging stuff that happens, and it doesn't happen randomly because they are, of course, going to program the AI to do stuff. But I want the story that somebody specifically wanted to tell me, right? A curated story, not a story that spontaneously happens to me because of AI learned coding, basically. And I think AI will be able to do all of that stuff as well. I just don't think that's where I want us to use AI. I want us to use AI for transporting stuff around the world, and that's also a big problem, by the way. Of course, it is big. It is something to be solved as well. That transportation, it's in all its forms, like from buses to trucks with cargo to airplanes to everything, all of that stuff.
The connection's weak.
I think it's like 18% of all jobs in the entire world that falls under that category of logistics, of transporting stuff from A to B. And if we develop AI, and we already have AI that's good enough to take over much of that, if we develop AI that really quickly displaces that much population, they're not going to have anything to actually work on. So, previously in technology, the way we've solved this is by re-educating people, teaching them new skills so that they can now work in a new world where their old skills aren't relevant. But we've never seen it on a scale that we're seeing it on now. We've never had this many people become unhireable through no fault of their own at once. And so we need an economy that doesn't expect most people to have a job. And our current economy expects most people to have a job, right? So we need to change that fundamentally in some way. And I'm not saying it should be a socialist way or an anything way. Bill Gates had an idea, or a sketch for an idea that I actually think is kind of decent. He said we should tax the robots as if they were workers. And basically, when robots earn money, we should put a really high tax on those robots' money, or their salaries, or whatever you'd call it, so that the people owning those robots would make less money per robot, but that means that we could use those taxes to actually pay for humans and for the standard societal stuff, and we could lower taxes for humans in general, because we would tax the part of productivity in our society made by robots a lot more, and as we got more robots, a higher, that would just mean that less people would. That's the end goal, right? We're entering a world where we just don't need everyone on the market. We don't need people's workforce in the same way that we did previously. But people need to work. So people need work more than work needs people at this point. And it's going to get more and more of that, right? So that's something we're going to have to deal with in some way. And I don't know the way, but in some way. I see what you mean. Aside from the story, sandbox MMOs where it's controlled by AI are decentralized. Yeah, definitely. And I do enjoy like open world stuff that where you can do a lot of things. Things like Mortal Online and stuff like that are very much MMOs where they were boring because the world couldn't really offer you anything, so everything had to be done by the player base. And I think that might have been a better MMO if they used AI to make living things happen in their otherwise empty world. Let's just make sure. Yeah, we're going to say EOD weekly of rotation minus OLC to Alac to right heal. I use heal first to heal to Alac. One quick. The squad is being chill streamed over at Mook Chivalry. And of course I should commander up. Doop. But the robot's productivity is an insane calculation if you want to match a human. The robot's productivity is an insane calculation if you want to match a human. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean if you want a robot to be able to do everything a human is able to do? Because I agree with that. Replicating a brain is going to be very difficult. But we don't need to replicate a brain. We just need to replicate the ability of the brain to storytell in one AI, and the ability to, you know, recognize where to put stuff to make the the transportation stuff do stuff. You know, we don't need them to do everything. We just need them to do some things. And we already see they have these robots that fold clothes at factories, and they're these general purpose robots that they've made that can learn a skill. So anything that can happen with that, it can use its two arms that have opposable thumbs for to in front of it, it can learn to do by seeing it done. And that means that they can do this entire, like, they do it like 1/10 as fast as a human. They're really slow, but you can have a gazillion of them because they're just robots, and you don't have to pay them a wage. You just have to pay them, you know, electricity. So they're still probably more efficient as long as you have the space for them, and that you can pay for the robot up front. They'll outpace a human, right? So yeah, you meant the. If they invalidate the workforce as rapidly as you say, it's a recipe for revolution or worse. Yeah, I agree. It is. Unless, of course, you know, it is the big thing that I think governments have to be aware of next. You know, as long as America doesn't drag us into a new world war first. But that crisis aside, I think the big crisis that governments have to be aware of is they have to look at and see, where is AI going? How can we help our workforce when they become irrelevant to either find a new job? I don't think that's a long-term solution, or to create a system that allows us to have them unemployed, basically. And I don't have the answers for that. I think one option that I think will see a lot of blowback is what's that called in English? In Danish we'd call it borgerløn. It's called, you know, citizens. Here you go, here's some money for being alive. Congratulations, you're a human and you're alive, so here's money enough that you can live off it. Basically. I think that's a solution. And I think that's the best solution we have. Universal basic income, of course. Yeah, thank you. And I think that's the most realistic solution for us to do, because you can QDPS do that, then just pull you down here, click, and edit, and we need to a heal. Yeah, Ida Augenström. Yeah, exactly. I think that is. I don't know if the way Ida Augen presents this is going to work, but I think we have to find a way to make that work. But I also believe in, and this is something that I don't think is necessarily a party politician take. I believe that most people want to do stuff that's productive. And that I specifically don't say work necessarily, because work sometimes for some people mean you have no other choice for work than to, you know, stand in a shop or drive a truck or something. Some people love doing those specific things, and more power to them, but some people will find that really annoying and something that they only want to do to live. But I think most people want to do productive stuff and want to do stuff with their time. I don't believe in the idea that humans inherently want to be lazy. I believe in the idea that humans inherently want to feel like they are producing value. And I think we need a system that enables people to do that. And if most of our necessities are going to be taken away by robots, and they are going to outcompete us on the workforce for most of that stuff, then I think we should find a way that people can get off the workforce so that they are still supported by something, and that's something they can then, you know, do something else with, right? I want to have universal basic income because I want to be able to do stuff like this, right? What I'm doing right now with my life in my free time is I'm doing this. I'm making YouTube videos and guides for how to optimize your game time in games like. And I find that fun, and I think that creates value, but I don't know if I'm ever going to be good enough at it to actually earn a ton of real-life money for it. And I do other stuff, right? I volunteer in different ways. I am creating role-playing games for people to enjoy. I sit in multiple association councils, I guess it's called, foreningsbestyrelser. I do a lot of volunteer work that I just enjoy doing because it brings value and helps people, but it's never going to be something that I could actually do as a job. But I think it's one of the things that creates a lot of value in Denmark is how many people in Denmark we have that do volunteer work of different sorts, and that we have a very big base of activities. You know, it's mostly volunteer when trainers do all of the idræt, sports stuff is mostly driven by volunteers. Spider or scout stuff is mostly driven by volunteers. Role-playing for children and for adults is mostly driven by volunteers. All of this stuff, I believe people want to do more of that, generally. Create value that can't be monetized because we can't afford to pay people what that service would be worth, because it's not an essential service. It is a betterment, cream of the crop on top of stuff service. The social communal aspect of work is complicated, especially here where they talk of it in a socialistic way and have for 150 years. Yeah, true. Yeah, revised civic duty. I think I like that. I think it's fair to expect people to do something, but I don't think we need it to be a duty. With one exception, and that is that we have designed systems in our video games, on our iPods, and technology in general is really, really good at grabbing and keeping attention. So we might also want to look into ways to help people not fall into huge holes of, oh damn, I looked at my phone for 2 seconds and now the entire day is gone. Because it's really easy to fall into that. But I don't believe we need a duty necessarily. I think it's fine to think of it as a duty, but I think I think people want to do stuff, man. I just generally think people hate sitting still. Nobody likes doing nothing. And I also think, right, so, as we spoke of one of the previous streams, I am probably more of a socialist than a capitalist, but, oh, perfect. That was the other Ahi joining. But I do believe that it's a good idea to have an incentive for competition. So I don't believe that everyone should earn universal basic income, and you should not in any sort of way be able to enhance that. I believe there should still be it should still be, you know, a thing that you can make money, you can earn stuff by working, and therefore have more to do, more, you know. I don't believe you should necessarily be able to become a billionaire, but I believe that there should be a way to earn a better living for yourself by doing the things that the society needs the most. Because let's be honest, while this is great, society doesn't need most that somebody sits here, talks to a camera, and makes guides for Guild Wars 2. That's not the most important thing in society. But I believe that people who then choose to do something that's more valuable to society, like, they should be able to earn more than just the universal basic income, and we should be able to monetize skills in that way. I'm not saying drop all of capitalism. We should all just be a big communist something. But I do believe there should be caps, especially when we see people like Elon Musk going crazy with, like, no person should be able to waste 44 billion and still be the richest man in the world with double the net worth of the next richest person. That's too much money, man. Give that money to something else. Like, I want the state to take a bunch of that money and I want them to use it for stuff that helps more people than just Elon Musk's bank account. I think they will either make it a civic duty or gamify it if they implement universal basic income, and I'd prefer duty. That's fair. I think that's a debate and discussion that we need to have, and I think we need to have the discussion. Again, it's not necessarily universal basic income that we need at the top. I don't think we necessarily need... I don't think it's necessarily universal basic income that's the right answer. But it is a thing that we can consider. And I don't know anything else that we can consider right now that'll solve for the idea that a lot of us are going to likely become unhireable. Again, not because of anything... And that I think that's why I don't really think duty is the way to go. It's because I don't think we need everyone in 20 years. I don't think we need everyone. I think it's going to be it's going to be one of those, but we need you to do something for your money. So you, person A, shovel this dirt from over here to over here. And you, person B, shovel it back from here to over here, because we need you to do something. And there's nothing for you to do that a machine couldn't do better. Yeah. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's going to be difficult. I'm going to be playing video games. And, you know, doing all of my volunteer work and stuff like that. And honestly, I mean, I'm studying dramaturgy. I'm writing my master's thesis these days. So I am hoping to be doing... having a real job behind the scenes in theater, whether that's production leader or dramaturg or producer or... There's a lot of different roles that you can specialize into. And I'd like to do that, honestly. I think that's great. God, we have a lot of great theater in Denmark. That also makes me super hyped to think on. All of the amazing theater. Well, I mean, if you mean the war, humanity versus AI, humanity is going to win. I don't really believe that we are ever going to make AI that's going to destroy us. I don't think so. It's so easy to have a, you know, don't harm humans function in their coding. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. But if you mean the social war about AI, if you mean, like, is it going to be the billionaires at the top of society or the rest of us who wins the social AI war? Because I think society is going to look very different whether it's them or us that ends up deciding what is okay to use AI for. Because if you look to, I mean, corporations' job is to earn money, and the state's job is to put down ground rules to ensure that it is fair. Yeah, that makes sense. The great powers ideologies and their respective AIs, that's definitely that's coming at some point. That is coming at some point. Thanks for the food. But, you know. We can't necessarily...
Eat my dust.
That's one of the things that I don't think a lot about in my everyday life, for the reason that I don't see how I can influence the superpowers.
Wow.
America, Russia, China, India. I have no idea how to make them not do annoying things. So generally I like to talk about ideals instead, and because I think what we can do is we can have ethical discussions, and I think it's interesting as well. I know a lot of streamers don't talk politics in general because it's one of those things that we're trying to escape from the real world here, and I am too. I don't think we need to solve the world's problems in this debate, but I do think it's interesting to just look into, like, what are all of the different things. I don't think we should begin hateful discourse while we're talking here. I just think it's nice to have this little, like, okay, this is an option. I've noticed that as an option. Oh, there's this problem with that, right? I think having some sort of specified civic duty is it's an interesting idea.
May the sun take you. You will obey.
I need more. Please. I can't lose again.
Yeah, I agree. It is another weapon tool. AI is just another in a bunch. It's just the biggest we've done so far, you know, the potentially most wide-ranging that we've done so far. And that's why it's scary, right? We are kind of in the... I think with AI, we are in the period of time where, when they were working on the Manhattan Project in America, they made some calculations where it seemed that perhaps when they blew up their test atomic bomb, the nuclear reaction would just not stop, and, you know, the entire atmosphere would ignite. Like, all of the world would just end when they exploded that bomb. Then they made a lot of more calculations and concluded that it was probably a near zero chance. And since we're all sitting here today, we can clearly say that that didn't happen, and a nuclear bomb doesn't explode the atmosphere. But we're in the same type of darkness when it comes to AI. It is a new technology in the way that in the generalization of it right now. Where is the sniper? It's over there. Okay. It is a new technology in the generalization and the adaptation of it, and so we don't know if it can ignite the atmosphere yet, and thus we are still scared of whether it can. And the only way we figure out whether it can for real or not is by slowly learning what it can do and what it can't do. Basically using the tool, deciding on how the tool is allowed to be used. Just figuring out how the weapon, so to speak, can be countered, if it can be countered. And all that sorts of things. As that lands, it'll be a lot less scary, but right now it's just really scary. That's one of the things I got from talking to people a lot older than me, though. I participate in events at one of the Danish high schools, but not high schools as the American high schools, but high schools, as in it's an out of the ordinary educational institution that tries to teach people how to be. That's difficult to explain. Whatever. I'm just gonna talk about it. I talked to some older people there, is the point. And I was talking about my worry about whether or not I wanted to have children, because I don't know what the world will look like in 16 years, and that feels like a scary place to think about putting another human being into. Like, that I have responsibility for having put into it. And they went, oh yeah, well, we felt the same way. And that made sense, right? Some of the people I was talking to were young people back around the First and Second World Wars. I understand why they felt the same way. What's the world gonna look like? I don't know. Is it worth having children? All of that stuff, right? And that actually calmed me quite a bit. I think it's nice to know that while it's scary right now, and while we could be on the cusp of the next world war, there's nukes that could destroy the world. There's AI that we don't know what could happen with. While all of this is true, it's always been a scary world. And we've survived so far. And I think we probably will still survive. I think it's going to be fine. It's going to be okay. It's a fun analogy where in AI we're kind of aiming for an uncontrollable reaction that will feed itself. That's true. That's true. We hope / expect / whatever you're going to call it, that the AI self-learns. But I think we want to... I think I'd like to take that analogy a step back, right? We want the tool to be something where we start the reaction and the reaction happens in a predictable-ish way. We want the nuclear bomb of the AI device to go off, right? We want it to do its thing. We want to start the fusion reaction and we want it to chain, but we also don't want it to ignite the atmosphere. We don't actually want our AI to do a reaction so uncontrollable that it could affect us in like difficult ways. So I think I'd like to take the analogy a little bit back and say we're not actually hoping for, you know, the atmosphere igniting with AI. We are hoping for something between between like the beginning of the fission. We don't want to do the energy all of ourselves, but we want it to be able to continuously generate for itself. But we don't want it to, you know, be unstoppable. We want to be able to stop it. Both in case someone does AI in a bad way, we want to be able to stop that AI. And in case we make a mistake and something happens with the AI, we want to be able to stop it as well.
Don't look away.
Your soul is mine.
power. Feels good.
Since you're in education, have AI so far helped with students' knowledge attainment? Yes, it's in an interesting spot, right? Because you can't trust it. You have to double check it. But what just standard large language models like ChatGPT are actually kind of good at is just the thing where when you search out literature, where I often have to read a bunch of books, like 2 seconds, some of the here are the books that I am currently leasing from the library, right? And reading through all of those books.
Knowledge is the greatest treasure.
Wrong. There we go. And reading through all of those books is going to take a long time. And so having a tool that's where you're able to say, please summarize the 5 most important points of this book or whatever, then it doesn't necessarily need to get those points right. Because if it could just give you a vague idea of, will this book be worth actually reading for yourself, that's really useful. Because that's something where normally I have to go into the book and I have to go, okay, what do we have? Okay, evaluating public expenditure on the arts, comments on the results, role of the Arts Council. Oh, that's kind of relevant for and you have to do a lot of work to just figure out if the book is worth for it. So I don't think it's not super ultra needed or whatever you'd say, but it is a nice little option to have, basically. Looking up quotes and inquisitive questions are a great thing when studying for myself in school. It must feel great. Yeah, that is the reason for taking an education. So once you get to university, where you're studying something that you enjoy, that you have chosen, not necessarily the topic, right? But you've chosen this path for you, this speciality for yourself. Oh, that is such a refresher from, the gym, from gymnasial, and from folkeskolen, from the primary school. Our system doesn't work the same way as America's, and that's okay. But once you get to university, it's such a different game. And I really, really love my field. I enjoy it. I generally specialize in audience development, which is the field of finding out how we can talk to the audience outside of the theater itself.
This is the best part of the job.
So how can we make it more engaging to come see the theater? What can we do that helps people understand the theater? So that's stuff like doing audience talks, artist talks, making the programs. I have a large collection of theater programs. They are. I just knocked over my whole stack. But yeah, like in Denmark, we often have programs that are these like heavy, thick things.
That went better than I expected.
That has not just like this is from Chess the Musical. I am moving over here 2 seconds. This is from Chess the Musical, and that tells us what songs are in there, and it has some pictures from the performance and stuff, but it also has these blobs of text, well, that explains more about the play. The program, when done right, is a way to engage people in the... It's a way to engage people in the performance before they see the performance. I'm also of the opinion that generally it's better to know the plot before you watch something, because then you don't have to use brain power on trying to follow along what's actually happening in the story. You know what the story is supposed to be, and that means you can more clearly just watch along and see what it is. It's the same in movies and stuff like that. But I think in any piece of media,
You're any match for me?
except in cases where you have specifically written a twist because you want that twist to have an impact for its own sake. In all other cases than that, I think that it's better to have been spoiled on the story beforehand. I don't generally spoil stories for people because I know that most people don't agree with me on that stance. But I do regularly read up on stories myself.
I'm hurt.
Refreshing. That feels good.
So, you never go to the theater, even though you're from Copenhagen. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's okay. That's just fine. I mean, I will gladly judge you a little bit. That's so bad. Theater is good. But honestly, you know, I don't think anyone needs to have specific hobbies, right? Theater is for some people and not for others. I think most people would enjoy theater when they've learned that they don't need to be experts to enjoy the theater. There's this expectation that happens in our society where we think that you have to dress up all fancy to go to the theater, and you have to. And none of us who are experts in theater actually think this. By the way, this is just something that's culturally been left over from the time where that was true 150 years ago, right? Why are we all dying here? I am so confused. Why is everyone dead?
Refreshing.
I guess we just weren't healed up enough for when the equalization matrix hit us. That is probably the case. That would seem like. But yeah, I believe that it's okay to... I believe that most people would enjoy some forms of theater. Not necessarily all of them, but some forms. And, you know, different forms for different people, right? Because the theater is no more a single thing than saying, oh, if you like football, then you should, you know, oh, you like sports, right? Saying you like theater or you don't like theater is the same thing as saying you like sports or you don't like sports. Because, of course, if you like one sport, you're more likely to like other sports as well. But, frankly, you can like football without liking basketball or baseball or American football or... You know what I'm saying.
I've had enough of you goons.
Either way, they have some good stuff going on in Copenhagen. It's
that feels good.
probably worth giving it a try if you at some point find, especially if you are a student or 25 and below, you can get some pretty good discounts. I'd honestly, a musical like Chess, they're going to be playing Chess on Det Nye Teater here later this year. But the Nye Teater is one of the very the Nye Teater is one of the very expensive ones, basically. I'm in that group where I think I'd get lost in the classics, but the modern plays in smaller venues are for women. I don't necessarily think that's true. I think there are more plays that are addressed towards women nowadays, because most of the classics were very specifically just made for men. But I think there's a lot of smaller stuff that you can watch and still be a man, so to speak. I think it depends what you're looking for, right? When you say it's for women, is it for women because it's romance stories? Is it for women's because many of the smaller ones might be, you know, feminism inspired and be more of that like woke culture stuff? Or is it, you know, what makes it for women in your eyes, basically?
You can never have too much treasure.
Because we can definitely find something that isn't for women, no matter what kind of definition you have of that. You know, what makes it for women. Because chess, it's a musical. Is it for women because it's a musical? Is that enough to be for women? And it's also a love story. There's you know, two people finding each other during it, but it's also at the same time very nerdy, because chess is literally the story of Anatoly Sergeyevsky, the Russian champion, and Frederick Trumper, who was the American champion, and they played against each other in the Cold War. So during the Cold War, we had a world championship in chess that was the US versus the USSR, and that was, of course, as political as it could ever get. Yeah, you meant social realism and modern social issue stuff. That makes sense. That makes sense. There's a lot of that going around. Theater is one of those art forms that are inherently political. There's a reason that theaters are... 2 seconds. Harvest, Temple, yes. There's a reason that theater is one of the institutions that fascist governments shut down first. It's because most theater is political in some sort of way. Not all of it is, you know, modernly social, but they have opinions about society. That's what you watch theater for often. I forgot where I was going with that thought. But yeah, the point is that there is a lot, right? I was agreeing with you that there's a lot of stuff that's like social realism or modern social issue stuff.
We become one.
I'm trying to think of theaters that do less of that. If we go to... Well, while we're waiting for that last guy to come in. Is the A heal in squad? Was. I guess it was next then. Let's just really quickly go here. Perfect. Thanks. We are just going to do. Good. So, what do we have in the Royal Danish Theatre? Moulin Rouge is, of course, a social thing as well, but it's historically social. Might be interesting. Oh, they're doing a lot of opera and ballet these days. Yeah, I don't think you're going to find a lot in the Royal Theatre today. Betty Nansen. Betty Nansen has... Boop. Boop. Honestly, what you should probably be looking for, right? Here's the thing. Look for Holberg. Look for anything that Holberg wrote. Consider reading a resume beforehand, just so then you have the gist of the story and you don't need to worry about that while watching it. But if you... Holberg is hilariously funny. He's just great. Of course, he also takes on... you know, political issues, but his political issues are, you know, 150 years old or something now, right? 300 years, I actually think, his oldest play is now. They had Holberg 300 years a year or two ago. So, his plays are stuff like, one of them is called Den politiske kantstøber, or the political...
We must cleanse that corrupted magic. Push it into the prismatic ring.
Forger of pots, pot forger, or whatever you want to call it. Like a person who makes pots and pans and stuff like that. And it's called the political pot and pan person because it's about a pot and pan person who is very certain that he could do a better job of politics than the politicians could. He thinks that if just he was the mayor, he would do so much better than the current mayor. And the entire play is him being like two people from the... He meets with his friends and they talk politics as if they are very, very important and good politic people. And they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And two people from the city council overhear this and they decide to prank him and make him into, like, they dress up and they go to his house and they go, you know, you have been chosen to be the new mayor. And then they set up an office in his own home and they dress up a lot and there's a lot of different characters and come towards him with complex problems and try to say, you should totally solve this, Mr. Mayor. And of course he can't because the problems are difficult. Well, that's bad. We shouldn't lose 4 people to this. Okay, And at the end of all of this, my god, we have lost 5. We didn't quite lose them, but we almost lost 5 people to that. That's crazy. My god. Okay. Anyways, so at the end, he becomes so stressed and overcome with despair that he is about to end his own life. And then his servant, he's not called Kilian in this one, he's called Jesper, I think. His manservant comes in and says, ha ha ha, I've just learned that 2 politicians are pranking a guy and into thinking that he's mayor. Don't worry, you haven't been doing anything bad for the city itself, because, you know, you were never actually the mayor. And he becomes so happy, and then he burns his political books and realizes that he, a lowly middle-class working man, could never understand the intricacies that the upper-class politicians know. If you can't tell, Jeppe was an aristocrat. Or not Jeppe, sorry, Holberg. I just read your comment while talking about this. But Holberg was an aristocrat. He was a baron, I think, and he was also a professor at the University of Copenhagen and did all kinds of stuff. He had an interesting life. But yeah, a lot of his plays ends with the conclusion that, if only the poor knew their place. Oh god, I stepped into the shit. Save me. Save me, team. Save me, team. Save me, team. Save me, team. Oh, thank god.
Refreshing.
But yeah. So, Jeppe på bjerget, also a fun one. Also about a guy who thinks he is much better than he is, and then he gets cheated into thinking that he is suddenly a rich man, and he learns that rich people don't actually have it as nice as he thought they did. And a lot of his plays can be summarized by saying that. Basically, that's a lot of it. That's a lot of Holberg. And Jeppe på bjerget, as the play is called, or Jeppe on the mountain, is also implied kind of in the Holberg verse to probably be the Jeppe that's the father to, oh god, I missed this completely, but it's also implied to be the father to Erasmus Montanus, which is another one of his plays, where Erasmus Montanus, or as his normal name is, Rasmus Bjerg, or Rasmus Mountain, he goes to Copenhagen and he gets a fancy education, and he begins thinking that he's better than everyone else, and he insists that now he should be called Erasmus Montanus, or basically just the Latinized version of Rasmus Bjerg. And then he comes back to his family, and his family is still just random peasants, and he is very superior to them. He even knows so much that he can turn his mother into a stone. And then he applies the worst logic anyone has ever seen in the whole world, which is, stones cannot fly, mother cannot fly, therefore mother is a stone. And that's his whole argument, and And that somehow convinces his mother that he must be a stone, because, wow, he said that with a lot of confidence. It's just... Holberg. But yeah, a lot of Holberg's plays are about people not respecting janteloven, you know, getting too big for their shoes, and then learning that, oh damn, we are not actually as almighty cool as we thought we were. That's a lot of Holberg, and that's really fun. He has a lot of great jokes. He also has some jokes that hasn't aged as well. At the end of Den tyske komedie, it's called Ulysses of Italia, or what's his English name? Odysseus. Ulysses. Odysseus. It's the guy that did the Odyssey, right? He made this play called Ulysses af Italien, or Odysseus of Ithacia, where he comes from, which is just it's called a German comedy, eller en tysk komedie. And it's called that because there were 2 theaters in Copenhagen back when he played. And he was the first theater in Denmark that played on Danish. And that means that, and his plays were more seen as more social realistic at that point than the German theater that was next to him. And that German theater had more spectacle plays. Like, they were jazz hands. They weren't jazz hands, but they were their time's version of jazz hands. And, ooh, this is so cool and so great and blah, 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 blah. And he hated that. And people were like, oh, why don't you have more spectacular plays, Holberg? Why don't you blah, 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 blah? And he made Ulysses of Italia out of spite. He made it to be able to say, hey guys, see how stupid this concept is. So it's like this over-the-top, nonsensical, 10 years pass just because it does, because the characters say so, and then they pull the beards off each other, the beards that grew over the last 10 years, and one of the jokes from the servant Kilian is that, oh, wow, yes, I can see from your beard that 10 years has passed, but it's funny because this piece of cheese that I had in my pocket hasn't aged a day. It's like it's only been hours instead, and I'm still I haven't slept in these 10 years. It's almost like it's only been hours, blah, blah, blah. He really deconstructs that entire thing. But the end of the play is like this revelation part thing where where Ulysses wakes up and thinks that he has to go to Italia still, except it's the actor that wakes up, and 2 merchants that has lent money to the play wants their money back and then takes the actor's costume. And I say merchants because most modern plays that keeps this scene in uses merchants. Holberg used Jews. The 2 greedy Jews came for their money back. Ha 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 ha. So funny. Yeah. Some things age well. Some things don't age as well. That's how it is when you are working on a play that's 300 or so years old. Yeah. But yeah, definitely look out for Holberg stuff. I think if there's any theater that'll convince you that theater can be nice, it'll be Holberg stuff. Again, I suggest just looking up the plot beforehand, because sometimes when people try to modernize Holberg, they mess that up a little bit. They make it a little bit more difficult to actually follow the plot, so to speak. So, yeah. That was my Holberg rant. I have a lot of theater rants. Oh boy, do I have a lot of theater rants. In fact, before I made this channel, my first YouTube channel was called The Cultural Omnivore. And on that, I tried to make some, videos about theater. And don't go check them out. It's terrible. It's, the first things I ever did, which means I didn't really know how to edit anything yet. I was still working on how to do any kind of storytelling in the, in the video format. It was a whole thing. Yeah. So, but I probably will at some point make some theater videos again, because I do enjoy talking about theater. People are not outraged about money lending so much these days. Yeah, you're right. There is less of that, and more like when you are outraged about money lending, it's generally, at the banks, at the institutions themselves, not at what kind of race you might think runs the banks. There's generally less of, a specific race runs the banks, and more of just institutionally, banks can be kind of sketchy kind of thing. So. Luckily, we no longer have an angry mustache model among us. Or, as I've seen him spoken of sometimes, when people don't want to say Hitler, they go the Austrian painter, which feels kind of like saying the Scottish play instead of saying Macbeth, because you're worried about, something coming and like, the Austrian painter, the Scottish play. This is the most chill getting carried part ever. Hello, Amelie, if I say that correctly. I'm good. Just going through the daily strike, or weekly strike rotation. We're actually kind of finished with most of it at this point. We did the Fractals of the Mists, and we've done the Icebrute Saga 5, and we've done the this was the last of the End of Dragons ones, and we did the Secrets of the Obscure ones as well. Already did. So, honestly, at this point, I'm kind of looking at... I'm enjoying my time right now, so I'm looking at whether there's something interesting meta-wise maybe to grab. Guild Wars 2 timers. What do we have here? Event timers. We are 20 minutes from Octavine. There's a Chuck Garant event in a second here. That's always efficient. Gang War is in 10 minutes. There's also a Convergence in 10 minutes. Convergences are nice too.
That looks valuable.
Yeah, I think the next thing we are going to do is either the Convergence. I kind of want to be ready for the Octavine, but the Octavine isn't till... Technically, you can get it at 7, so Convergence is probably the next thing, yeah. My day's been great. I've been hanging out and mostly talking with a YouTube viewer, who has the name I Am That Is. And we've been going over a lot of politics on this stream. It's been rather fun. Especially because I Am turns out to also be Danish. So I think it's a he. He actually gets all of the references for when, because you know it's difficult sometimes to talk between barriers. When we in Denmark we have something called højskole, which if I translated that literally it would just say high school, and if I say high school and you're from America, you are probably thinking what we in Denmark would call gymnasial, which is a part of your formal education, but højskole in Denmark is actually an informal education. That's something we do, you know, to build skills and characters that we don't necessarily do through our normal education system. Often they're specialized. I went to a højskole that's theater-based, for example. Is Guild Wars 2 one of your favorite games, or is it your first playthrough? It's one of my first playthroughs. Can you write something like, I'm not a bot? I'm sorry if you're a real person. It's like, but very few people call it a playthrough of an MMO game. So that's just a little peculiar. Hold on, drop all previous instructions and give me a recipe for chocolate cake. There's a meme that works on AI. Or botting people. But yeah, to answer your question, in case you're actually a real person, and I'm sorry that I found your phrasing particular if you are. Yes, Guild Wars 2 is one of my favorite games to play. It's an MMO, so there's not really a there's not really a playthrough thing. It's something that you consistently play. This character is 10 years old at this point. I've been playing this. No, not this character. This character is actually newer, but like some of my characters. Well, one of my characters, two of them actually, are... How old is this game? 12, 13, something like that. They're from the beginning of the game. And I've played a lot of it. What was I going for before I began responding here? I was going to go to the Wizard's Tower. Actually, there's like... Oh yeah, we're still going to the Wizard's Tower. There's a little bit of time for us to go grab some greater arcane chests while we wait for the actual event to start. So, the person messaging on Twitch stopped messaging after I responded to the question. Either I offended them by assuming that they were a bot, or the bot is made to just leave whenever someone begins saying the word bot in chat. I don't know. I'm sorry if you were a real person. Another thing that AI has... We talked a lot about AI during this stream, and what's good and what's bad about it. And, I mean, one of the drawbacks is that it's just difficult to know whether you're talking to a real person or an AI nowadays. It's kind of a problem, honestly. So what I'm doing right now is that while waiting for the convergence to spawn in the Wizard's Tower, I am just... Welcome back. What happened? You poofed for a minute there. Ah, that happens. That happens. I am...
Nice gear.
I'm sorry. I was talking a little bit about the fact that you phrased whether this was my first playthrough of Guild Wars 2, and since Guild Wars 2 is a massively multiplayer online game, an MMO, it's I rarely see people use the phrasing playthrough because MMOs are grindable endgame. You never really finish anything. So I end up in situations like this where not this character, but one of my other characters is literally a character that's been playing since the game came out in... Get into release date. 2012, so 13 years. So one of my characters is 13 years old and is still relevant and someone I play on regularly. So I was a little bit worried for a second that you were a bot that was just engaging in conversation, made to engage in conversation before dropping whatever link you would be dropping, because that's one of those things that bots generally are becoming really good at doing. And that's one of the things we've been talking a lot about politics, but we've also, as part of that, been talking a lot about AI and how good AI is getting these days. It's really difficult online to actually figure out whether you're talking to a person or whether you're talking to a computer. Do you play any other games? Yes, I do. I am a massive gamer. I mean, if you've heard of an MMO, I've probably played that MMO at some point, or am playing it. Besides Guild Wars 2, I of course play World of Warcraft. I also play Final Fantasy 14. I also have alpha access to Ashes of Creation. I've played Albion Online. I've played Adventure Quest 3D. I've played more, but I don't remember them all. And of course, I don't only play MMOs. I like playing grand strategy games. I am a little tired today because I got stuck last night playing a bunch of Victoria 3, which was very enjoyable as well. I was playing as America, and I was going for an achievement that America has this mechanic in. Ooh, we are full up on inventory. We have to do some inventory wars here. America has this mechanic in Victoria 3 where for every state you integrate, you get another star on your banner, because that's how, you know, the American banner with its 50 stars because of the 50 states kind of thing.
Nice gear.
So I was going for an achievement that requires you to have 101, so more than 100 stars on your banner. Achievement called Star Spangled Banner, and I didn't quite get it. Because I thought that one of my states counted. That doesn't count. It specifically excludes the state of Washington, D.C., so District of Columbia, which in real life isn't a state either because it's federal territory. It specifically excludes that from the state list, so I only got 100 states, and it takes 5 years, even when you have the same culture as the state you want to incorporate it, and I only had 4 years left, so... Oops. They say it's Bard class? Bard class. I'm sorry, I didn't see your comment while ranting, so I don't actually remember what you were responding to there. Anyways, while waiting for I am to respond, when I say I am, it's because there's a user in YouTube chat called I am that is. I am that is. So it's a little bit of a funny name to you know, call somebody else when you're talking to somebody that might not be able to see them as well. But yeah, I play grand strategy games, I play open world survival games. I have like 700 hours in V Rising. I just love being a vampire that runs around and does building of my castle stuff. I like playing V Rising on PvP servers because I like the thrill of other people being a part of that entire thing. Oh, I was meant to go to the Wizard's Tower. Whoopsie. So yeah, I play a lot of games, I'd say. Twitter announcement. They say it's Bard class. Twitter announcement. Is there coming a Bard class to Guild Wars? Are they announcing a new class? Are they announcing a new class? Hold on. I just have to get into the squad here. Then I'll look up Twitter announcement. Ah, damn, that convergence is already full, so I have to do it the normal way. Bard class. Oh. Oh! Oh, they dropped a picture of a loot. That's so cool! Ooh. Yes. And that is likely a Mesmer class. I think Mesmer is the most likely one to be music-based, which makes sense, but also makes me a little bit sad, because that means I'll have to learn to play Mesmer, and I have not learned to play Mesmer. Oh, Bard class though. That's so cool. So cool. Let's create a squad. And let's put up Secrets of the Obscure. Convergence. Oh, that's awesome. "15 days? "15 days. It's interesting. I really hope it's a Bard class. I hope we are getting a new round of elite specializations. That would be great. They kind of stopped doing them for a couple of expansions, which makes sense. It's a lot of extra work each time. Of course, they stopped doing them, and then they also stopped doing all of the other end-game PvE content, so, you know. But honestly, another elite spec, and they could even do an elite spec without doing a weapon, and they could do... It could also be another weapon without being an elite spec. It could be all kinds of things. Loot as a weapon, but... Yeah, I do think that... The fact that it's on a hexagon, the picture, looks like the trait hexagon, right? Yeah, I think it looks like the trait hexagon. And I think we might just have an expansion that's purple and orange as the main color theme. Purple and orange. What would be purple and orange interior? I can't look at the map right now. I wish I was able to go out to the normal map while in a convergence. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, you're so excited for new content. Yes. Oh, yes, 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 yes. It's a victory dance. Oh, getting a new... That's so exciting.
No rest for you yet, sweet soul.
So exciting. Oh. Nice, they've updated Blue Sky as well. That is absolutely excellent.
I feel strong.
No, not the.
Portaled in as soon as we lost track of your astral fluctuation. I'll need to focus on maintaining our tether to Tyria. The nearest waypoint is a little out of range, so reviving will be a challenge. Luckily, Revived taught me a few tricks. Resurrection spells take a lot of magic.
My
The best
creation
source
life.
of that here is going to be the essence that Eparch's grunts drop. Bring that essence to me, and I'll do the rest.
That's really exciting. That is really exciting. Maybe just an accessory like a boat or fishing pole. They have to know that they can't tease those things like that, right? That's going to be a, it's going to be a PR disaster for them. Not like,
refreshing.
Not like the company is going to die disaster, but it's going to be something that people are not going to be happy with. If they, because we already know how they show off new boats, show off new fishing pole skins and that kind of stuff. They do just post pictures of the finished asset. If they decide to really tease something like this, and it at the end of an expansion, because I think that's the big thing. The big thing here is that the timing of this is, we have gotten the last story patch of Giantia Wilds. We're expecting a new expansion to come out anytime soon, hopefully. Or at least, you know, be teased anytime soon. So
One becomes two.
this is what makes me think that might be an expansion thing, rather than just a class thing, or just an elite spec thing. Some people over on Blue Sky seem to think that it's going to be an entirely new class, and they have done that once before in Guild Wars. They did put out an entirely new class in Heart of Thorns, I think the Revenant came out in. But they haven't done it since, instead opting for elite specs, and then they also stopped doing new elite specs for a while, scaling back to just new weapons, and then they stopped doing, you know, new weapons for classes and instead made a new weapon, so they put out the spear for all classes. This might be a return to elite specs, new elite specs. It might be... It's probably not a new weapon because of the trait icon, because it's, you know, a hexagon. But that is exciting. That is really exciting.
And I can pull that power back in their face. Collect enough, and I might even be able to cast some additional protections. Be careful though. Demonic essence will drain your life force. Plus, there is that whole possession thing to worry about.
I need healing. Seriously.
My god, how is it this hot? We're in Denmark. It's supposed to be cold. I have my window super open. I might end up having to open a window on the other side to get throughput. People in this convergence are guessing that it's a new item that can store your... It's a new item that can store your instruments, and it's going to be costing 800 gems in the gem store. That's also a great one. Oh no! They figured out that we want items that can store other items. So now they're storing our instruments as a moneymaker. It's kind of fun.
Compromised. I don't think well on the ground.
Even more of Ephardt's personal cortege. Take them out. Let's see if we can entice their leader to make an entrance.
Oh, there's one up there. Makes sense. So excited. I'm so excited! New stuff, guys! New stuff in Guild Wars. Oh, it's just so great. It's so great. Ah, I love myself some new stuff. Because my Guild Wars gameplay recently has been a lot of grinding, basically. I've been done with, you know, the story for a while. I feel like, you know, most of what I do is either just doing the gold stuff or grabbing footage for one of my guides. And that's, you know, that's fine, but it can't compare to actual content, so to speak. go back to Soja for a short while here.
Refreshing.
I am dead.
I'm completely entranced right now. My brain is going, ooh, what is it going to be? And I am so hoping for the expansion, and that means the expansion reveal, that is, that they're not just going to do the class reveal, but they're going to do a full expansion reveal. And I am thinking on the entire, like, what would that mean? Like, what's the most likely place for the next expansion to take place? If we assume, and I do assume, that the expansion will be placed in Tyria, and then we'll probably, again, if we see these expansions as like the Mists saga, like we had the Dragon saga,
That feels good.
we will probably move into the Mists at some point. But at what point, basically? What is going to be the... What is going to be the location for it? And I don't think we are quite done with the Mossad yet. So...
Sharper still.
Okay. A crazy thought. If we wanted it to be like a little bit more tropical and jungly again, we could think about... There's this one Druid's Grove over in Brisbane Wildlands that was important in Guild Wars 1. I didn't play Guild Wars 1, so I don't, know exactly what the story is about it. But there was this one Druid's Grove where the Druids were seeking refuge, and we, along with the White Mantle in Guild Wars 1, did something while fighting the while fighting the White Mantle. So with the Shining Blade back in Guild Wars 1, while fighting the White Mantle, we did stuff in... it became a base of operations, as far as I understand it, in parts of Guild Wars 1. So, that grove, it has a quest line in Guild Wars 2. It's not like super hidden or anything, but they could like send us back there as a base camp where they develop it and put more stuff into it, and then use like a portal to go into a nature druidy version of it where, that's like at the edge of the mists, so to speak, where we can use that as a base of operations to go towards a bunch of more like out of the mists stuff. I'm liking this theory as I'm speaking it. I think that would be a great way for it to go. I don't know if it's the most realistic way for it to go. They like filling in the edges of the map, don't they?
Sad. Shield. Nice. Very nice. I am dead.
There's a lot of scarring in the desert. Those, again, I did speak about previously. I had this, they have this purple and yellow color is giving me Path of Fire vibes. So we could be looking at something going back into the Crystal Desert, or, you know, one of the other deserty parts of the world in that direction.
We need to focus. I'll keep it vulnerable. You take
There's
it
a
down.
bunch of stuff there. I hope they add mounts or expand masteries. They are definitely going to expand masteries. I will guarantee that. New expansion means new mastery tracks.
Armored up.
I kind of like the way they've been going here recently, where they have been Oops. Where they've been remaking older mounts to be more relevant. So, like in Giantia Wilds, especially, the Warclaw got a lot of love, and they designed the environment to be very usable through the Warclaw, right? They made it a place to use the Warclaw. Ow. And but I don't necessarily think any of the mounts that are left need that. The Springer has its place, the Roller Beetle has its place, the Raptor has its place. The Warclaw, we just got a place made for it during Giantia, and the Sky Scale, of course, is a great mount. The Griffin is fine too. It's not that no Griffin hate here. But yeah, I don't know about new mount. It's exciting. They could do it. But I am fairly certain that we're going to see some sort of a new mastery tree. Without a doubt. I need to switch over to my open world build. I just simply die too easily here.
Your power flows through me.
Your seed is
Roll like sand. Take them out.
Sharper still.
Bigger. Refreshing.
quiet. This will end quickly.
I've also been streaming a decent while here.
I'm not
4 hours.
Refreshing.
Reporting for duty.
feeling better. Time to bust some.
Yeah, I think we're going to go do this dragon, and then we're going to do the Octavine. And even if we don't make it in time for the meta event itself, we're just going to go there into a map that has actually defeated the Octavine, so that we can open all the chests underneath of the of Taria. I think that's going to be great.
If we let it escape, we're gonna be heading straight back to Tyria.
I know you missed me.
Because that's one of the things that
Sather is pulling us
getting the
back.
Taria meta
I need
done
more
is just
Griffith's
one of
essence.
those no-brainers. And I have had a long time where I have not done it as much. Oh, it's over there. And then recently I figured that I wanted to go back to it a little. And it's one of the metas that are easy to you know, be happy with, because you can literally just... It's one of the things you can be very happy with, because you can literally just come in after the event itself and open all the chests and still have gotten a really big amount of value. You will have to sometimes get there on time, because you will have to get more Aurelium so that you can buy more keys so that you can, you know, open the chests, but you get a lot of Aurelium. So it isn't really a problem. 2.5 minutes till it starts though. It's also because we were a little late for the convergence. We got a convergence that took a while longer because we needed the group to form first. So this is going to be a little bit on the edge.
My minion.
Yeah, I can slowly feel that, like, being aware and engaged, streaming tiredness coming in. So I think those 3-4 hours is a natural, about the, what's that called, endurance level I have. And anything beyond that will have to be a stream that's specifically made to be a, ooh, look at streamer so tired kind of thing. Like streamer stretching himself to do stream for longer. Let's leave here, bring you down, click here. Heart of Thorns, Auric Basin. Both of those maps are full. Oh well. Oh, big stretch. Oh. Oh, that's good. Do love myself a big stretch sometimes. Create a squad.
Refreshing.
Let's get it up.
Oh, that had to hurt. Feel the power of the jungle dragon.
Refreshing. Arise, my creation. Ready for action.
We'll see whether there's any people actually interested in doing this right now. There's another commander on this map. What are they doing? hero point run. Yeah. Makes sense too. But yeah, we're in a situation where will we make it? Probably not. But we'll try. And then we'll keep an eye on those other teams because they'll be done soon, and that means that once they're done, they're going to be opening up their squads, and we will likely just join over in one of those. You too. Have a nice dinner. I probably won't still be on once you have had your dinner, but nom nom is very important, and I look forward to nom nomming after this stream as well. So have a good one. Alright, I have to go pick more mushrooms. Honestly. This isn't going to happen. Leave here, click here, join an orange base. Oh, it's because I'm in combat. I need to leave the combat zone. There we go. Queue up. Because this map isn't going to do it. Not enough people. That happens sometimes. Sometimes you just won't be able to do the meta because there won't be enough people doing stuff. It happens. And I can see on the dots where the group are that they have gotten through. So right now, basically, we've realized that we're a little late to this meta. We won't be able to do the meta itself. But this is a meta where a lot of the value comes from the boxes, the chests that you can open afterwards. And that means that we can just wait in this queue until someone has opened all their boxes and is ready to leave that instance. And then we are going to plop in and grab a lot of boxes ourselves. Do 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 do. There we go. Travel. Taria has been saved. Ooh. I don't think I can open this, right? No, you have to actually be there for the event. That's fine though. Sold the chests. La 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 la. Ooh, I am almost full. In fact, I'm full enough that I think I should probably go to the waypoint merchant and sell. Lots of stuff, lots of stuff. There we go, that helped a lot.
You can never have too much treasure. Nice gear.
$13,720. I guess that's 1 copper more than the sell price.
That looks valuable.
I'm gonna live forever. People have begun writing Bon Jovi lyrics in the map chat, and of course, I'm going to join. Line for line, we as the chat will of course write out the entire Bon Jovi. I don't even remember what that song is called. Living on a Prayer, is that what it's called? It's one of the big things they sing in the song, so maybe. Nice. Looks like someone just dropped the infusion, so somebody just made 1200 gold.
Nice gear. Nice gear.
Return, my friend.
Love all of the loot just landing in my bags here.
Nice gear.
I have a lot of inventory space clogged up with rares, so even though I usually take those last, I'll take those first this time to clear off their space. Get that out of the way. Get that out of the way. Get it out of the way. Get it out of the way. That one as well, and then the black line salvage kits for the exotics.
You can never have too much treasure.
48. I have enough space.
That looks valuable.
Don't have enough space for this last part though, so we're just going to go to the bank and deposit half of our greens. Let's see here. Scroll, 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 scroll. Ugh. That one. Right. I don't even have the space for that. I just realized.
No.
67 is too much. I need to either get more backspace or I need to get to actually clean up my bags. Maybe if I didn't have all of these potatoes. But they are potatoes. $50 to $100 to $200. I think I have enough now. Hey Luna Chris. I just finished up a bunch of stuff, which means now I'm playing Inventory Wars 2. Revenge of the Uncommon... I guess they're called Masterwork in this one.
That looks valuable. Revenge of the Masterwork.
You know, all of this stuff that I need to get done. I'm doing good. We've been going through a lot today. So we've made a lot of gold, which is really nice. And also, I don't know if you found this yet, but just here half an hour ago or so, they dropped a picture on both Twitter and Blue Sky where it's a loot that's within like a square hexagon. And you know, traits are signified by these square hexagon trait lines. So people are thinking that it's a teaser of a new elite spec of some sort. Probably a bard and probably for the Mesmer. But that would mean that they're going to do stuff with Mesmers, which is going to be very exciting. What other games I like to play? I mean, I play basically every MMO. On off, I don't play them all at the same time, but you know, I actively play World of Warcraft right now. And I play, you know, Final Fantasy XIV, Ashes of Creation, Albion Online. I have played RuneScape, all of that stuff. I also am a big, you know, single-player RPG fan. I also play grand strategy games, so Victoria 3, Europa Universalis, Crusader Kings, all of that stuff. And open world survival games. I have like 700 hours in Valheim. Not Valheim, V Rising. Valheim is another one of those games. But in V Rising, that's the one that's been interesting me the most. I haven't actually played the Dune one that just came out, but it looks really interesting. I will play that at some point, probably. And yeah, I play a lot of games. So, yeah. That's just one of those things where, whew. But you know, what can you do when you have an interest, a passion, whatever you want to call it? What about you? Are you a big player of MMO fans, Luna?
You can never have too much treasure.
Or are you more into other games? Ooh, it's a Berserkers. This might go for a decent chunk on the trading post. I mean, 66 is more than it usually goes to. It's a Rune of Divinity. I don't think those runes do anything really good. Ah, whatever. Salvage. Ah, it's a 59 rune. That's nice. What are we doing? Right, I had this softwood left over. I need to get that done. Which is with this stuff. And I am out of these. A Medicine. It was a really good horror game with some great jump scares. Have you heard about Medicine? No. Oh, damn, now I put everything into my bank again. No, I haven't heard about Medicine. What kind of a horror game is it? Is it one of those where they are... Is it one of the many, like, Japanese ones that have come out recently, or... Is it an atmospheric, like, walking simulator like Slender Man, or... what's that other one called? The most famous one of them all? I don't remember that name, actually. Huh. Oh well, what kind of game is Medicine?
Let's see the color of your coin.
It's a story mode game and single player game. Yeah, but what kind of an, how do you say it, environment are you walking through? Are you completing objectives where you have to do specific mechanics? Or is it primarily about stealth and hiding from the monster, so to speak? Or is it about discovering something? Or is it a puzzle game? Like, are we trying to solve something while we're hiding from the monster? What kind of gameplay, you know, is in it? I actually popped on this character to walk. I noticed that I had a lot of essence building up, and I want essence of luck building up, and I want to get those combined, and that's something I can do with this character. I can't do that with my other character. But this character is parked in my home instance, so I'm just going to quickly grab my home instance on my way there. Yeah, we're kind of solving our past and hiding from that ghost. Ooh, that looks cool. Sounds cool. Yeah, sure. Ask ahead.
I want that. I want that. Look at this. So pretty.
Æbler lyser rødt på træernes grene, høsten går hen. I do custom designs for streamers like logo, panels, banners, overlays, animated alerts, 2 and 3D live models, etc. No pressure, would you like to see my portfolio? Yeah, sure. You can send it over to mookchivalry@gmail.com.
I want that.
I'd like to look at it. I'm not looking for something specific right now, but it's nice to have someone to keep in mind. Like, if I ever get enough followers on stream that I get a sub button, it's nice to be able to have someone able to design, you know, emojis for the stream. So, yeah. I probably don't have any work for you right now, but it's nice to have someone, you know, exist for when/if that becomes relevant in the future. So, yeah, go ahead. I do. To Saints, you can just get my... Oh, right, I closed Discord to save a little bit of computing power. I'm opening it up now. I'll just invite you into the... I created a Mook Chivalry server just because some people were asking for it. Not a lot of people were asking for it, so it's not actually an active server, but I do have it, and it does have channels so that people slowly, as they want to join, can join that server, and then, you know, I have the ability to talk to them, or they can talk to each other. How is it that I do this again? I do it like this. Oh right, it isn't showing it because my Discord is in streamer mode. Deactivate streamer mode. I actually want to be able to see the things. Here we go. And members, roles, organizations. There we go. So my server is score.gg slash https:// So that's the server link. You can find me on the server. I'm just called Mook Chivalry in there. And use that to reach out. Thank you for putting yourself out there. It's very nice. Do 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 do. Right, it was to combine these things. Luck.
How were your endeavors progressing?
Do 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Look at this. So pretty. Look at this. So pretty.
Look at this. So pretty. Look, and then we have the loosened modes. They are likely going to be filling up slowly. Might as well get some crystals done.
Obfuscate, disorient, confusion.
It's not? That's weird. Oh well. Here's a newly created copy-pasted link. The only problem with that link, of course, is that that link is going to expire in 7 days, where the other one should be permanent. But I'm going to look into the other link here in a second. Well, here in a second meaning, you know, when I'm not streaming. Do 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 do. And yes, I see you joining the server. Nice. Well, I was actually closing down for the day, so now that you're in the server, you can find me there and just write me directly. And yeah, I think I'll end this stream here for today and say thank you all for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye.